Good morning, everybody. No mai haere mai kei tēnei hui. Welcome to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee meeting of the 2nd of August 2023. I'd like to acknowledge the large gathering of the public that are in our gallery today. Thank you so much for attending our meeting today. We are also being live streamed to the community, so I'd like to welcome all those who are online and listening to us today. I'll just ask if the councillor could have their phones turned off so we don't get interrupted this morning. And we will aim to take a break around 11 a.m. or when there's an appropriate break in the proceedings to do so for about 15 minutes. And at the conclusion we'll be having lunch. I'd just like to start the day, please, by asking Councillor Patterson to open with a karakia, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tūtoa mai I ronga, tūtoa mai I raro. Tūtoa mai I roto, tūtoa mai I waho. Kia tau ai te Māori tū, te Māori ora, ki te katoa, haumi e, hui e, tae ki e.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. I'd now like to move on to the apologies. Does anyone have any apologies? There appear that we have a full room today, so we will move on from that. Thank you. Are there any declarations of interest today? There appear to be none. So we'll move on. Are there any urgent items that are not on the agenda today? No, there appear to be none, so we will move on. Thank you. Item number 5 on page 6 of your agenda is the confirmation of the minutes. The minutes of the Infrastructure and Environment Committee held on the 5th of July 2023. Could I have a mover and a seconder that the minutes of the Infrastructure and Environment Committee meeting on the 5th of July be confirmed as a true and correct record? Thank you, Councillor Patterson and Councillor Waru. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. We will now move on to our staff reports. That's on page 10 of your agenda. We're talking today about Te Wharetaonga o Te Arawa, the decision-making paper. This is a significant item on our agenda, and there is a lot of public interest, and there's been a lot of work done on this item over the last 5 years since we had the incident in 2018. And to allow the full and frank and open discussion with our councillors, I'd like to actually move that we suspend the standing orders, particularly around speaking and 21 and 22, and we move to option C for our standing orders. Do I have a seconder for that, please? Councillor Kaifong. All those in favour? Against? That's carried. Thank you. So now I'd like to move to our staff report. Sorry. Yeah, I will just let everybody get settled in. So we're just getting that motion put up there on the screen, and then we can move on to a report. I want to thank Gina and her team while we have a moment, just for all the hard work that's been done over the years and today to put together this comprehensive report that we see in front of us. It's been a significant body of work for not only Gina but also her team, and a lot of passion and professionalism has gone into this work. So thank you from the councillors. Fantastic. All right, I'll leave it over to you, Gina. Thank you. Oh, sorry, beg your pardon. I need a motion to receive the report. Could I please have a mover and a seconder that the report Te Wharetaonga o Te Arawa decision-making be received? Councillor Lee and Councillor Wang, thank you. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. Now it's over to you.
Kei aku rangatira, tēnā tātou katoa, tēnā koutou katoa, kore rau mai tēnei ata, e mihi ana. Just like to acknowledge everyone in the gallery, but also acknowledge the elected members and the considerable amount of work that they have done as well. There's been a number of briefings and workshops, and I know this has been a very challenging project to understand, but also really important and significant decisions, and I don't underestimate the importance of that for the elected members as well. We have a presentation, and I am going to take the report as read and instead focus on the key aspects of that, because much of that is sort of reiterating history that you are all well aware of. So the presentation will focus first on the consultation process and outcomes, and that's really one of the most important things today, is to receive the feedback from our community. I'll also talk about the process to date, thank you, and in particular the workshops that occurred, which happened in parallel with the consultation process, and that really was an opportunity for elected members to hear from the technical team and the many experts on a range of kaupapa. So I'll give an overview of that as well. I'll then talk about the options that we consulted on, as well as other possibilities for the sake of completeness. And finally, we'll move to the decision for today and unpacking the staff recommendation. So, consultation process and outcomes. With a project of this size, it's really important that we get a broad range of community views and that we not be captured by any particular sector of the community. So we did a lot of work around raising awareness. We had information stands at Te Aka Māori and also at the Civic Centre, and about 150 consultation documents were taken from those stands. We also sent an email out to 172 community members through our Let's Talk channel who have registered for that channel. We also took out a significant amount of advertising on 10 radio stations through the Chamber of Commerce e-newsletter, NZME Digital, NZME 3 full-page adverts in their paper publications, and also on social media. Through social media, we had 1,400 views of the advertising, and about 10%. That doesn't. I'll ask someone to correct that as we're reading through, because that doesn't look right. I have a feeling it's 14,000 views and 1,400 clicks, which is where somebody, it pops up in your feed, but then you click through to find out more information. So it's a fairly good hit rate. Can you just... Thanks. Consultation awareness. We also did community information evenings, and these were days, and these were really well received. The first was on the 31st of May at Te Aka Māori. We posted that video on YouTube, and that received 127 views, as well as the people who were in attendance. On the 7th of June, we held another community info session at the Sir Howard Morrison Centre, and that was live streamed on Facebook. That had 1,800 views, which I think speaks to the popularity of Facebook versus YouTube for people receiving information. On the 14th of June, we also attended a huia iwi for all Te Arawa that was called by Te Pukenga Koeke o Te Arawa, who felt strongly that Te Arawa needed to also be informed and make their own decisions and submissions on this, and that was held at Te Papaiuru. Really well attended, and with a wide range of iwi members from across the rohe. Toi Oho Mai, JPC, Rotorua Intermediate and Rotorua Boys High School, we also held events there. Oops, sorry. Consultation results. We're really pleased with the number of submissions received, 776 submissions. That compares really favourably with the community response to other consultation processes. For example, Plan Change 9, which received a couple of hundred submissions. The annual plan, 2,000 submissions. And if you recall though, the annual plan consultation was on 45 different proposals. So I think by comparison, 776 on a single proposal is a relatively really good return on the call for community feedback. And then also the reserve revocation bill last year, which was very controversial at the time and did receive a lot of submissions. We've a couple of hundred more submissions in that process as well. So really great response back from the community in terms of numbers of submissions, and the results of the feedback were 85% of the submissions in support of option A, and I'll talk about that a little bit more about what each option involves. Only 3% in support of option B, and 12% in support of option C. So just to remind ourselves that the options we consulted on were option A, to restore and strengthen the museum, so continue with the project. What we consulted on though was to increase the council contribution. So we already have 15.5 million committed through the previous long-term plan, and we were proposing in option A to increase that by a further $9 million, and that had, as I said, 82% support from the community. Option B was to stage the project, and essentially what we were intending was use the funding you have now to do as much as you can and defer the rest of the fit out in the building to a later stage when you've done further fundraising. Importantly, given the amount of funding we had, the museum would not be open until stage 2 is complete. Option C, postpone the project and open a new museum. And as I said, that had 12% support. During consultation, external funders provided submissions or wrote to us to confirm their views on the options. Most would not agree to extend our contracted timeframes. So as you heard in the workshops, all of the funding that we have to date is supported by legally binding funding contracts that commit, that are legally binding on the funders. They must provide the funding, and legally binding on us that we must provide the outcomes that they have contracted. And there is a process that if we don't deliver the outcomes, then we repay the money. And those outcomes have milestones and timeframes. So option B would have meant negotiating to extend the timeframes, and they confirmed that they would not agree to that. Kānoa was the exception, so Kānoa would have allowed us to keep the money in the project and continue, but all of the other funders said no, if you're not committed to the timeframes, then you need to return our funding. So the consequence of that is that for option B, $21 million of external funding would be lost, which the council would need to cover that gap. And our recommendation is that's simply not viable. It's not viable to put in an additional $21 million and also to carry the risk of exceeding that budget. So our recommendation is that option B be set aside as it's not viable. Okay, consultation themes. So I'll talk about the themes for all three. And the first is option A. One of the key themes was that the museum is an iconic building and a heritage site with significant historical and cultural significance. The museum is a symbol of well-being and a symbol of Rotorua, its culture, history and identity. So people saw it as an expression of the establishment of the city. They saw it as a visible representation of the town identity, and they also saw a close connection between that and its use as a museum. There was a belief that option A is the lowest cost option where the risks are best understood compared to the other options. For these submitters, the additional cost was acceptable, and one of the themes of their feedback was just get on with it, although others did also add to that, but keep looking for alternative funding. And there was also a view that the building and the museum contribute to the district economy, especially tourism. Option B, only 3% of submitters supported this option. And importantly, the external funders did not, other than Kānoa, the external funders would withdraw their funding. So some of the themes from the consultation were that the building must be protected, restored and made safe, that it should be made better than it was before, but also a concern that the council should be practical and that would probably mean staging the project. So there was a concern from these submitters about the cost to ratepayers and a feeling that staging it would make it more affordable. And option C, 12% of submitters in support of this, and the themes for this option were that a museum with modern facilities would be an asset to the community, so a feeling that a new building would be more effective in delivering that function. There's also a theme that finishing the project has too much unqualified financial risk, and that if the council does do it, it should be done when the city can best afford it. And also, some of these submitters also said find a quicker solution. And finally, there was also concern from supporters of option C that the area is not, that it's not a good idea to be building on geothermal activity, and that building a new museum in a new location would be more prudent. Okay. Are there any questions? Do you want me to take questions as we go through, or?
Sorry, just continue, I think, if that's okay.
So, process to date, as I noted, the elected members have done a significant amount of work on this proposal prior to the consultation decision, including in November we had an induction workshop and an on-site walkthrough of the building where we sort of talked about in each room, in each space, what was going to be happening and what was proposed as that part of the project. We also had a confidential workshop and a detailed briefing paper provided in April. And at the 10 May committee meeting to review the project and make decisions about consultation, you also received all of the project information, including potential options, with a resolution to consult the community on whether to proceed. So the first workshop focused on construction feasibility, and we had a team of our expert advisors and consultants that came mainly in person but a couple online to outline all of the testing work, the methodology that they used and the design through the 5 years of the project to date. And they showed you the computer model, and they talked about some of the risks and how they had responded to that in the design process. The key message from the technical experts was that the range of potential outcomes are well understood, and the project is designed to respond to those possibilities from a building perspective. They also advised that there is no further testing or investigation work that is recommended by that technical team to further de-risk the construction. Workshop 2, Council Funding and Debt, led by our CFO, Thomas Collet. His key advice was that Council debt funds long-term community infrastructure. So he talked about the difference between a mortgage that we might receive as an income earner and our income earning lifespan versus what an organisation like a council does in terms of its investment decisions, which tend to be multi-generational. And one of the key things is to not underinvest for the future and to get the split right between that intergenerational, so we're not burdening future generations but also not overinvesting in the current generation. So it's trying to get a balance between the needs of the organisation and of the community. He also explained how a debt ceiling works, and it's an important part of any major CapEx decision like this. So we have a debt ceiling, which is a policy, is a council policy that says we will not have more debt than 250% of our revenue for the year. So our banking covenants actually allow us to go up to 290%, but our policy, or 280% from 2025-26 onwards, but our policy is 250%. Council has already committed to provide $15.5 million in the previous 2 LTPs. His advice was also that there is sufficient debt headroom to contribute another $10 million to support the project, and that includes the risk associated with the wastewater treatment plant, with the Tarawera wastewater network, the Rotorua wastewater treatment scheme, and also the Infrastructure Acceleration Fund. So taking into account all those other calls on your future responsibilities that you might need to fund, there is still sufficient debt headroom to provide $10 million to support this project. However, he also recommended that Council only carry the risk of escalation above the $81.4 million project budget, project envelope, and that we should look for further external funding to close the funding gap. And it probably doesn't need to be stated, but I will remind ourselves, we have 53.5 confirmed from council and external. We have 81.4 as the total budget, there's a $27.9 million gap. And so Thomas's advice was that we should look for further external funding to close that gap. Now, that is different to option A. Option A said we should help close that gap with a $9 million contribution. So that recommendation means that the debt headroom that you have is preserved in case we go over the 81.4. And I will talk about whether 81.4 is adequate, but just to understand the implications of that advice. We also had a workshop on external funding, and we were very fortunate to have representatives from central government come and talk about the funding landscape. I've set out there the existing funding contracts we have, subject to council commitment. The advice we had in that workshop is that central government would, that the Ministry for Culture and Heritage has already agreed to provide $4 million subject to our commitment. That Kānoa are looking at a contribution of between $3 to $5 million, and that recognises that $5 million requires a cabinet decision, $3 million can be done by the minister without going back to cabinet. And lotteries have also made a decision to contribute $350,000, but they won't sign that contract until there is a commitment from council. We also talked about potential applications that could also be made, and to acknowledge once again the generous offer from a member of our community of a private donation of an artwork which could realise $1 million. The Rotorua Trust, an application would be made there. We would also be making an application to the New Zealand Community Trust. And there is also the possibility of a new regional infrastructure fund from the Bay of Plenty Regional Council. And I just want to be really clear about the status of that possibility. So we were contacted by the leadership staff within the Regional Council to say that this is something that they are considering, but also making really clear that this is something that councillors would need to approve at the Regional Council level as a fund with identified list of projects, and that would be consulted on with the community through their long-term plans. So there would be no firm commitments made until that process has been gone through to next year. So there is a possibility, but it's certainly not to say that that's certain, or you know, without some possibility of that being rescinded. And then the final workshop was held in confidential. So the first three were live streamed and available online. The fourth one was in confidential, and I can't talk about some of the very confidential things that were talked about in there, but what I can talk about are things that are council policy and which are not confidential. So essentially we talked about cost risk and the range of tools that an organisation like council has to manage the risk that costs escalate. We also talked about contract negotiation and how we develop sufficient contingency, and the methodology that we have used is called quantitative risk analysis, and basically we have unpacked every aspect of the project and assigned a specific contingency for that portion. So whether that be the roof, whether that be structural beams, there is a tailored contingency for that aspect of the project. And the reason we do that is it allows you to have a much more robust analysis of where the risk is in the project. The way that other people might do risk is you might just say, oh, we're going to put 20% on. So it's a very, it depends on the scale and complexity of the project you have. So we're currently sitting at P95, which means 95% probability that the project can be completed within the project envelope. Treasury recommendation is that it be at P85, which means 85% confidence that the project, including contingency, is sufficient. We also talked about the risk of losing funding, and that's a key issue for this project. One of the most important ways that we manage funder risk is that we ensure that we have legally binding funding agreements, which mean that it's not simply a promise that a funder makes, but a legally binding commitment. And we also have good communications with funders, so we keep them up to date on, we provide milestone reports to show how we're tracking against the contracted outcomes, and particularly through the current process, we've made sure that funders understand the importance of community consultation, and that although that is going to impact on the timeframes for delivering our outcomes, it's really important that the council be given the opportunity to consult with the community, and they've accepted that and have accepted the need for us to do that. A second way that we manage the potential risk of funding is to ring-fence some scope within the construction contract that could be removed if we don't receive all of the additional funding. And that's a really important concept to get our head around, because one of the risks is that we don't fill the funding gap. And you need to be confident that we have in place processes to protect you from that risk. And this is the mechanism that we are recommending to you, is that when you receive the construction contract, you will be fully briefed on what is the additional funding that we've been able to secure, as we enter into the construction period and things are carried out progressively across the building, making sure that we preserve to the end those things that can be postponed in order to protect you from overcommitting and to ensure that you are only contracting for works that you can afford and that you have the confirmed funding for. Okay, so ring fencing some scope within the construction contract. So coming back to the options, and I've not done this for option B because it is just so clearly not viable. You would not be committing to put $21 million extra in to receive an unopened building. It's simply not viable. So what we have done instead is looked at options A and C, which are the only remaining viable possibilities. As we assess these options, it is important to understand that Council has a legal and statutory responsibility to restore the building by 2042. You are the owner. And so you are required to restore it by 2042 or by 2052 if we can get an extension. And so the question is not, should we restore the building? The question for the organisation is, when do we restore the building? And that's, I want you to keep that in the back of your mind as we go through the information on this slide. It's a question of when. So, option A, what was consulted on was 15.5 million in the existing LTP, plus an additional new investment of 9 million, plus the potential for the project to overrun the 81.4 million project budget. Okay, so those three things would have sat with Council under option A. By comparison, option C would mean that Council covers the $9 million of costs that we have spent to date over the last 5 years. And that would be written off. And it's a technical and a detailed point, but I wouldn't want you to, what you would need to understand is that if we take option C, at the end of this financial year, it's likely that you would have a $9 million expense that we haven't budgeted for, which is the cost of writing off all of that previous work. Previously, that work was capitalised because there was an actual project that we were working towards. If the decision is taken to stop the project, it then has to be written off. Okay, so that's a book entry, but it's a book entry that will show up in your annual report, and I just need to make sure people understand that. In addition, there'd be $1 million of additional costs to make the building safe, and that's to stop trespassers, to stop people potentially walking past and having, you know, a catastrophic event with the building failing. And so just making it safe from passers-by and trespassers is important, and it would be about another $1 million of cost. You would also have the future project cost to strengthen the building and establish a new museum. So option C was postponing cost rather than ending or avoiding cost. In terms of external contribution, under option A, it requires your existing 38 million plus an additional 18.9 million, which we have yet to fundraise, and that was assuming 9 million from council, right? Option C, the external contribution is minus 16 million. So we would have to repay $16 million of grants that are already drawn down. Now we have, I think, and dropping down to the bottom box, we have 2 million of that held as cash on hand, so we can repay that. But the writing off the cost to date would have to be debt funded, the $1 million to make it safe, and the cash to repay the debt, repay the grants would be funded through a combination of the 15.5 million we've already earmarked in the LTP plus new debt of 8.5 million. And in terms of the debt headroom, I talked about the debt policy. Under option A, your debt headroom improves because you have revenue coming in from those grants. Under option C, your debt headroom declines because you no longer have those grants. Okay. I know that this is complex, but it is in the report. But I think these are probably the headlines around the two options. And we can come back to this slide in question time if you need to. Again, this is the risk table in your paper. So essentially, raw risk of the project is in the first column. Running down from the top in the left-hand corner, risks that actual costs exceed the 81.4 million budget. With the mitigation, which is in your paper and is repeated here in the middle column, that drops from extreme risk down to a medium risk. And we have used the risk framework that is a part of your policy as an organisation for assessing risk to show likelihood, impact and risk score. So we go from extreme risk as the raw risk. With the mitigations, it becomes medium. Next row down, unexpected defects in the building. Extreme risk as the raw risk. Once mitigated, that becomes medium. Loss of existing funding, again, raw risk, extreme. With the noted mitigations, and these were all gone through in our workshop, that drops down to a low. For the next row, inability to raise new funding to fill the gap. With the extreme, with the mitigation, that becomes medium. Final row, impact on future funding, and so I guess reputation, if we were to follow through with option A, it starts off as extreme, but with the mitigation as low. Okay. For option C, the same risks, once assessed, essentially remain extreme for all risks except for the possibility of unexpected defects, and which would potentially be caused by ongoing deterioration. That's high. But the others, even with the mitigation, remain at extreme risk. So there were other possibilities that have been canvassed and discussed, and I'll go through those one by one. Leave the building as a facade or abandon the building. And this was raised in submissions, particularly around option C in particular. This is unlawful. You are the legal owner of the building and you are required under the building code and the legislation to restore and strengthen the building by 2042. So it's not a staff recommendation. 2, give the building to a third party, for example, government or a trust. This would still require council to carry out the strengthening part of the project. It is just unlikely that anyone would accept the building given the construction and financial responsibilities that come with ownership. I think particularly if the idea of gifting it to a trust, for example, I don't think a prudent trustee could accept such a gift without clarity around how it would fund the legal responsibilities of ownership. 3, minimum compliance with the building code. We did explore this with our designers, and as you will recall in the workshop, their advice was that this would not lead to significant cost savings because work around the labour, services, much of that work would still need to happen. Where you would save costs is in materials, rather than having, say, a centimetre thick, it might be half a centimetre thick. And so that's not going to drive significant cost savings, unfortunately. 4th, there was the possibility of applying for an exemption. We have explored that and looked at what the MB criteria is. Given the size of the building and its proximity to other buildings that are used by the public, those factors are incompatible with us receiving an exemption. And finally, is it possible to restore the building to a certain level but then put it into an alternative use such as a hotel, office or storage? Unfortunately, the problem with that is that you still are responsible for stage 1. And so this is essentially a version of option B, which is non-viable. We would lose the funding to restore the building that is necessary in order to then lease it out to a third party as a hotel, as office space or as storage. So essentially our advice is that you come back still to options A and option C. So overall summary of the options. The risk assessment is that option C increases construction risk and significantly increases funding risk compared to option A. However, noting that option A required a $9 million contribution and the council has been absolutely clear about the importance of de-risking this project, our recommendation is that council further de-risk option A by seeking full external funding for the remaining 27.9. So council would remain responsible for the residual risk that actual costs exceed 81.4 million, remembering that that includes our contingency. And you've heard from our CFO that we have sufficient debt headroom for a further $10 million. We are saying preserve that so that you are able to cover anything above the 81.4 million. So what we've tried to do is respond to that serious concern that came through in submissions, but also has been reiterated by our governance about the importance of managing risk through this project. I think it's important to think to grapple with the reality that not going ahead with the project does not de-risk the project, and that's really our clear message here. By not proceeding, we would be putting ourselves back to the position in 2017 where we found ourselves to be the owner of an earthquake-prone building with a legal obligation to strengthen it and no plan on how to proceed. The project has been underway for 5 years. It is well progressed with design and consents. It is ready to move to construction. There remain risks, and by no means are we saying that there are no risks associated with moving forward. The issue that we have is that those risks are best mitigated by moving forward with the external funding. And the decision today. I'm going to unpack the recommendations so that we're all clear on why it's been framed in the way it has been. And I think it's The first thing to start with is this is the critical part of the motion. The most important mechanism we have to further de-risk the project is to obtain external funding, and we can't do that unless we have the Council's confirmed intention to proceed. And funders have been very explicit to you about that in the workshops. So this is a really important part, and probably the most important part of the resolution, that the Council confirms its intention to proceed with the strengthening of Te Wharetanga o Te Arawa and to reopen it as a museum, subject to. And those words subject to are crucial in terms of your ability to have confidence that the project is appropriately managing risk. Okay? So A acknowledges that it would not be prudent for Council to apply additional funding beyond the 15.5 already committed for the project. And in particular, this is targeted at that funding gap of 27.9. So the advice is that you do have the headroom to provide a contribution, but we're saying that it would not be prudent for Council to apply that funding at this stage, but rather to hold that in reserve. This is A and B together are really important in terms of communicating to our community and to funders why you have reached the decision you have, if the decision is to proceed. We could strip these out, but I think what's important is that the community understand that although we consulted on option A with an additional $9 million, it's important that you record why you're no longer recommending that $9 million contribution. So that's the intention of Clause A, is to clarify that for the community. B, the Council acknowledges that it will be required to meet any escalation in costs beyond the identified contingency. And so those two together show where you're willing to provide additional support and where you're not providing additional support. Noting that the contingency for the first phase of the construction contract will be sized, for the contract will be sized to ensure that there is at least an 85% probability that work can be completed within the funding available. We will target that to be higher, but the Treasury recommendation for large projects of this nature is P85, so we've tagged it to the Treasury recommendation, but of course as staff we will continue to try and push it as high as we can. C, that Council directs that there be a progressive approach to construction taken as funding becomes available. Council understands the first step is to undertake work only to the value of the confirmed funding to provide sufficient scope for the museum to commence operation. So this is really important because it is different from option B. Under option B, the museum would not be open until the end of stage 2. Under this approach, we are saying that when you receive a recommendation to award a contract to construct, you will also receive a briefing on how much external funding has been achieved, and it will be clear in that recommendation on awarding the contract that the amount of funding you have aligns with the work in the committed portion of that first scope. So that allows you to start the project and get on with things, but it also allows you the ability to continue to fundraise, to add scope as it's needed, as it's funded. It's a key mechanism for ensuring that when you say that you are committing, that it's clear about how you are managing the risk of that commitment. So by committing to the project, you are unlocking the additional funding. So we can't proceed to get that funding without your commitment. But it is the construction contract that binds you in terms of the financial risk crystallising and becoming real. So you're committing to the project, that unlocks the additional funding. We complete our negotiations with the construction contractor, we come back to you with a recommendation to award the contract. And that recommendation will align with the actual funding you have. So D and E, so existing and additional funding being confirmed. So that's your instruction to staff to get on and confirm that additional funding. And E, a future council approval to enter into the construction contract. So it's making it very clear that this decision today does not preempt your decision in the future around the scope and the amount of that construction contract. That is a decision you will make in the future once the funding is unlocked. Okay. I think that's it.
Thank you, Gina.
Are there any questions?
Thank you. That was very thorough and covered everything that we've done along the way as this new council and also previously as well. Is there any questions for Gina? Mayor Tapsell?
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you, and just signalling that I would like to table the strengthened motion later. However, the questions that I do have is through the submissions we heard an urgency from our community to open the building as soon as possible. In this presentation, we've also noted a progressive approach to construction. So my question is, while we work through the final completion of the project, is it possible to open up part of the building immediately as a museum? So stage it to allow part of the building to open earlier. I understand the National Building Standards, there was a change in that since the building was initially closed. I believe it's the south wing of the museum was previously earthquake strengthened to a very high level. So just wondering what that means and what that could look like for the community. Is there the potential to meet those requests? And then I just have one other question.
We would need to do the foundation work and the strengthening work for the main atrium in order to have an entryway to get to the south wing. But that is one of the things that we would be exploring when we look at scope of the construction work is it possible to just do that part, open it up and leave the rest to a future state? We don't have the confirmed detail on that at this stage, but that would be one of the things that we'd report to you at that later stage. But in principle, we would need to do the groundworks under the main atrium to allow accessibility to the south wing.
Yeah, I believe these are solutions that we could explore to be flexible enough. My final question was just around the contribution to the economy that was mentioned in the presentation, so perhaps a question for Thomas, and just wanting to understand what those ongoing costs are. We heard in the submissions and from community feedback about a belief that this is a high income earner for us. So what is the usual annual income of the museum, and then how much is the usual annual cost to run?
That's all right. This is pre-2016. Roughly was $5 million to run a museum operation from that site. That included staff costs and obviously the costs of maintaining that building. 50% of it came from rates and roughly 50% of it came from external revenues, being predominantly admission fees. So about approximately $2.5 million. At that time as well, it was operating a cafe, and the cafe was contributing to the subsidisation of that as well. So just remember though that $5 million that I've just described roughly is not the cost of running and maintaining that building. That was the full museum operation from that location.
Any other questions? Councillor Patterson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you. Yes, another question for Thomas. At our debt presentation on the 12th of July, the council's debt profile, there was a graph on page 10 which showed in 2021 our debt was under 250 million. So by 2024 our forecast debt is 400 million or over that. So how much of that was incorporated into that 400 million?
So the presentation on the debt and the graph actually showed our expected debt at 30th of June 2023 onwards, so it was more reflective of where we currently are now. So what we did show to you was our expected end of year debt position at 30th of June, which was obviously a month ago, and we pretty much were within a couple of million of that in the presentation. Our commitments in the annual plan for 2024, and then the forward commitments out in the remainder of LTP with risk contingency in there on particularly 4 key projects. And those key projects were the wastewater treatment plant upgrade, Rotorua, Tarawera, and in particular the IAF stormwater infrastructure program of about 120 million. And so it took all those factors into account, leveraging off our current debt position.
So you're saying that those 4 major projects didn't include Te Wharatonga or Te Aroa?
No, so that modelling did include this option with regards to Council's $15.5 million contribution towards the project. But
no projected risk increases or extra debt or extra funding that we may have to supply ourselves?
And so what that demonstrated was taking into account our $15.5 million contribution on top of all our other commitments, modelled out that it showed that there was still a gap between our projected debt and our debt limit going forward, and that was the recommendation from myself, whereby I felt that that was appropriate for you to cover the risk, future risk of the project, but it was not sufficient to cover the commitment of a $28 million contribution from our borrowings, plus carrying the risk. And if you were to do that, you would have to, it would go above the debt limit, which would then lead to a set of other discussions.
Right.
And decisions.
Just one final question, Madam Chair. May I have one more question?
Sorry, Councillor
Just
Preston, yes.
given the nature of this committee, and I attended the LG&Z conference last week, and one of the key messages that I got from the environmental side of the issues that were raised is that councils should make sure that we have a slush fund available in case of extreme climate emergencies. Should we get to that limit, where do we stand with that? If we commit to this project and things go awry, will we still have some funding to help combat any issues that may arise through a climate event?
Yeah, so our approach and our financial strategy is that is why there's a difference between what council can borrow with regards to 290% of its revenue and the policy that council set at its last LTP of 250%. And so the difference of that 40% leveraged against our revenues equates to $50 to $60 million, and that provides borrowing headroom to respond to future challenges.
Right, thank you.
Any other further questions? Councillor Kaifong.
Thank you, Chair. Just following up from that question I had of all the engineers and geotech people that were here, did you get an answer around the lake level and the impact on the settlement of the building with the cracks moving as the building was rising and falling with the lake level?
Our recollection of the advice in the workshop was that that didn't make a substantial difference. They had incorporated that into the model and the design.
I listened last night again to that, and they were going to come back with an answer because they hadn't considered that and hadn't looked at the lake levels, considering that we're at the highest level in 50 odd years, I think, on the modelling that we've seen from some of the graphs that have been shown to us.
So what they have relied on is the actual testing of movement, and so those lake levels have been high for 2 years, is my understanding. So they've relied on the actual testing of what's happening to predict what's going on and the level of settling, both seasonally and also across time. So they had taken that into account. Whether they looked at the specific mechanism of what's causing the settling, I don't know that that's material to the design. What they did tell us was that there's no further testing or design work that they recommend at this stage.
Okay, 2 further questions, Chair.
Yes.
Just around the scope, that slide that you had up there about ring fencing that, what would that potentially look like if you have the uncertainty of $10 million not being on the table from the Regional Council Fund?
Then the scope would set aside anything that's not confirmed.
So what would we be looking at in terms of what are the sort of things that we would be ring fencing or prioritising?
So we would prioritise all of the work that's necessary in order to keep the external funding in the project. So anything that is nice to have and not necessarily required, which would potentially be the cafe, access to the basement, those are the types of things that we would look to set aside, but the priority would be a functional museum experience, because that's required under the external funding contracts, and as much as we can achieve realistically within the funding that we've got. But you don't need to make that decision today. I think it's good to have a sense of what that might look like, and the fact that there's a possibility of doing that. But what you will need is to have that absolutely explicit when we come back to you, if the project proceeds and there is a construction contract to be awarded. But until we've done that negotiation, we can't be more definitive. I think in the paper I've suggested the basement, cafe and a couple of other places.
Okay, and one final question, which was just going back to the operational cost for the museum. So potentially if the cafe is now out as a subsidisation, that means that on pre-COVID figures, that's a $2.5 million ratepayer subsidy required to operate the museum, which equates to roughly a 2% rates.
So there are other options, you know. And that's why I think it's important not to preempt the decision that you and the advice that you receive at that later meeting. So, for example, could you have a coffee cart outside? We would look at all of the different ways of basically maximising revenue at an operational level into the museum. But I wouldn't want to give a definitive. There's no revenue applicable, because we actually don't know what the scope of their works would look like at this stage.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kaifong. Move on to Councillor Waru.
Tēnā koe te tiamana, o tira tātou katoa, kia kuranga tira, o tai mai tēnei ata, tēnā tātou, kaupapa nui. This might be more aimed at you, Thomas, around the maintenance costs to leave the building as it is now. What's our annual costs to maintain the building?
They're not significant at the moment. However, there is an issue with the roof and leaks, and the need to fix the roof with regards to the moving tiles, and that's been an ongoing issue all along, and so that would need to be resolved.
Okay, kia ora. And Gina, tēnā koe tēnei pūrongo nui. It's a very comprehensive report, thank you very much. But I was just wondering, you spoke about the legalities around, I think it was 2042. And maybe there could be an extension around that. I was wondering if you could give us a bit more of an explanation around, the heritage status of the building and what the legalities mean. Just a bit more information for our people that might be here listening in and online as well. Kia ora.
The building has a classification as is the highest level of classification under Heritage New Zealand's rules, which means it is nationally and internationally significant. People may debate, whether they agree with that, but that's the legal classification of the building is that it's a classification 1. And that brings with it a certain set of requirements to upgrade the building to to meet at least 34% of the building code. Yeah, I won't go down a rabbit hole. So the importance of it is that there's a statutory obligation as the building owner to ensure that the building meets at least 34% of the building code. And so we looked at whether you could just, at the moment, the project is targeting 80% for the building and 70% for the ground standards, ground conditions of the building code. So we looked at whether that additional work to get from 34% of new building standard to 80% was potentially an unnecessary cost, and we explored that with the designers. Their view and the engineers, their view is that the amount of work that is required to reach 34% is more or less the same. What you are saving on is materials, and that's not a significant driver of the project cost. So their view was that it's not a material saving to only get to 34%.
Kia ora, Gina, thank you. I think it's important for us people to know, to understand that the rules are the rules when it comes to the heritage building. Sorry, did you have something else to add?
I was just reminded, it also means that we can't get permission to demolish the building.
So we can't demolish the building?
We would have to get consent, and the reality of that is for a Heritage 1 building.
Zero.
Because it's Heritage New Zealand that would have to consent, and it just goes against the purpose of the Act. So the likelihood of that is vanishingly small. I just want to make a correction. I was right that PowerPoint, it wasn't 1.4 thousand, it was 14,000 views.
Thanks for the clarification.
Thank you. And I just have one last question too. Thank you, Madam Chair. Around the funding. So could you just confirm for me again, for everyone too, because it was quite a comprehensive report, just how much Council has already invested in this kaupapa?
We've spent $9 million to date, so that's all of the work over the last 5 years to carry out all of the engineering, testing, all of the design work, all the work to get it to apply for consents through Heritage New Zealand, building consent, resource consent, etc. All of the work necessary to get to the point where the project is now construction ready. So that amount of money, I think it was $9 million. I'm just trying to click through. And at the moment, that's capital expenditure because it's for a project that is a capital project. If we were to stop the project, that would then have to be written off. It becomes an operational expense.
Thank you, Gina. Tēnā koe. Kia ora, Madam Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Waru. Councillor Maxwell and then Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Gina, tino taumaha tēnei taki. Nō reira. On page 17, all existing funders support the project continuing and will not withdraw if Council confirms option A. These are firm commitments. Are they unconditional?
They're supported with binding legal agreements with those funders. So unless we stop the project, so long as we're continuing on with the project, we're okay. We are late in the delivery of some milestones, but we have communicated that clearly to funders that it is absolutely important that the council consult with the community, and they've accepted that as a legitimate reason for the delay in delivery. I think continued delay does put us at risk of being in breach of contracts. If funders lose confidence that we're actually heading towards a confirmed project, they will have grounds to cancel the contracts and require their funding back. So long as you're showing that you're making progress towards delivery of the outcomes, those contracts are safe. If funders feel that you're falling behind or that you're not committed, they will rescind the existing agreements and they'll have the legal grounds to do that.
Thank you. Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Gina and team. I'm starting to actually understand this thing now. It's taken me a while. In your option A, risks, you specifically state budget reflects market conditions. And while I know that when the budget was set, there was some pressure on on construction, do you think that's still current today? And if, what's your thoughts on that?
We have continued to negotiate with the contractor, and they've provided additional bids. There is, as you can imagine, the more we fix pricing, the more that puts pressure on the budget to go up. So it is, we're still in the negotiation phase. We are not ready to present or to recommend to you a construction contract, because we need to get the right mix of ensuring that as much as possible is fixed, but not then paying over the odds for that. So with that case, that's a really important thing to note, that the final amount that is presented to you will align with the funding you actually have. Do I think 81.4 million is adequate? That is the budget we're proposing. It is only the council could choose to increase it. I cannot imagine you would increase it without having additional external funding. That's very clear to our team. So 81.4 is what we're recommending coming within.
I'll just remind the councillors as well with regards to how the contract was put together, and you had a presentation in particular from the quantity surveyor. So the contract itself has a head contractor, and they have a margin, and I guess that's an acceptable margin. And then with regards to all the pieces of work, they do engage subcontractors, and in their contract they've provided the pricing that they've gone to the market on recently on that. And our QS has gone through all of that and interrogated it and believes that that is reflective of the market at this time. And so that work has, as you know, been completed just recently in the last couple of months with regards to where we're at. So for the head contractor to go back out to the market and test that again, the advice I think from the QS was that you will not see any significant change in that pricing.
And just to add to that, and one of the key reasons for that is that the market's aware that we haven't made the decision to commit. So there's a lack of willingness from some of the sub-trades to put in bids, competitive bids, because they're not clear that the project will proceed, and it's, it is a cost to them to put in proposals. So it is something that we'll continue to negotiate with the contractor.
Okay, good. Thank you. Great explanation.
Are there any further questions from the councillors? Councillor Lee, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, staff, officers, for your comprehensive report today, but also leading up to this. There's been a lot to learn and cover. I appreciate that what you're recommending to us today is a wee bit different from option A, and I think that comes on the back of consultation with the public and hearing what the submitters have to say. I appreciate the agility that you've shown in responding to that feedback. My first question is the $9 million that we've spent already. Is that part of the $15.5 million?
So we have drawn down funding from funders to cover those costs. However, if the project stops, then yes, that comes from the 15.5 we currently have set aside in the budget.
If the project goes ahead, are we coming up with another 15.5 million?
No.
So
that's just that comes within the total project. The 81.4 includes all of the work to date, as well as the construction contract and contingency.
So really, you're asking us to spend another 6.5 million above what we have so far?
Yes, that's right.
So what would the cost to the ratepayers be on $5.5 million loan?
So it's on the full 15, I guess, so the difference between where we are now to the end. So when we went out for consultation, the numbers that we were providing with regards to the rates impact of this decision was for every $10 million borrowed at roughly 6% over a 20-year life, equates to $30 per ratepayer. So that was for $10 million. So for $5 million, that equates to roughly half of that. So what we're saying is that if the project goes ahead and it's achieved within the 81 million and all the external funding is received and council puts in the $15.5 million contribution towards that, the cost of servicing and repaying that debt would equate to roughly $45 per ratepayer per year for 20 years.
Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. Is there any other further questions from the councillors? Yes, Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, that wonderful last slide, I think it was the one that compared going ahead with not going ahead, that one. So in dollar terms, what's the difference between the two?
In terms of total budget or
Like,
council
let's say
contribution?
we're going ahead, it's going to cost us this. If we don't, it's going to cost us that.
So I'll simply, so if we go ahead and the project is delivered within the 81 million and council doesn't need to provide any further fruit escalations, council will borrow 15.5 million, we'll get a museum building seismically strengthened and reopened, and that will cost ratepayers, each ratepayer roughly $45 for 20 years. If you do not go ahead, we will still have a building that is earthquake prone, we'll still legally have obligations. We'll have invested $9 million. That falls 100% on council, and our ratepayers would therefore pay close to $30 per year to repay that $9 million off and not have a building. That's as simple as it can get with regards to the difference in these options.
Awesome, thank you.
Any further questions? Councillor O'Brien.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through the Chair, thank you guys for your report, not only for this week, but throughout this entire process. Could I just ask you, would it be fair to say, when we say about writing off the $9 million, and as you said, that's an accounting practice, that $9 million worth of work still would needed to have been done, I take it, no matter what process, since that we do have to go through with some form of restoration by 2042/52. Would that be fair? Thank you.
The difficulty is, and I've sort of highlighted this in option C, is that over time the building will continue to deteriorate, so you'll have to redo a lot of the testing of ground conditions and redo a lot of the testing around the building condition. That would require then potentially changes to the design. If we had a different set of designers, engineers, they will not rely on the work necessarily completed by other firms. So it's, yes, the work will need to be done, but we wouldn't be able to estimate how much of it can actually be reused at this point.
Thank you, Gina. Councillor Kai Fong.
Thank you, Chair. Just reconfirming that figure you mentioned was in relation to debt repayment, only the $45 per ratepayer for 20 years. But I think we also need to factor into account that there is a ratepayer cost for operational costs and also for the funding of depreciation. So that hasn't been factored into the $45. So I just think that ratepayers need to be aware that this is not it's just that cost.
Yeah, so just for you, Madam Chair, funding and depreciation is something that comes up quite often, and as you know, we're required to run a balanced budget, and part of that is funding our depreciation. The rationale for that is that from our depreciation, we fund our renewals. The difficulty is when you invest into a building where you receive close to 75% subsidy from other entities, is there a need to fully fund the depreciation costs? And the answer is no. What you do need to do is you need to ensure that you fund depreciation to the point that you are servicing the debt and paying it down, and the building itself will have a renewal program to ensure that it is maintained at the levels that it's needed, and that's at the minimum the two that you need to fund. If you fund more and above that, you are effectively recouping the subsidies that you've been received from other entities, which you can and you are entitled to do, would mean funds would be available for other things. So no, we do not need to fully fund the depreciation on this where the asset is predominantly funded from external sources. We need to ensure that we're funding it sufficiently to repay its debt and to fund the renewals going forward at a minimum.
And thank you, Thomas. Just that, and there also is a ratepayer contribution for the operational costs as well as that depreciation. I think we just need to make it clear that there are other costs that are on the ratepayer for the running of a museum once it's fully up and open and operating.
Yeah, yes, there is, and that those rates are funding is ultimately already still sitting there, because when the museum was closed, we didn't reduce the ratepayer funding. So a lot of the costs are from the operation of the actual museum facility itself are predominantly covered from those external revenues that can be sought.
Thank you. Any further questions from the floor? There appear to be none. Just looking at the time and considering that we may have some rounds of discussion, there's a suggestion from me that we have a break now rather than later, but I'm open to suggestions from the floor about that. How do you feel? Yep. So what I move is that we'll take a break now, have 15 minutes to have a cup of coffee, go have a toilet break, and then we'll come back and resume the discussion. So thank you very much, Gina and team, Thomas, Amy and Stuart. We appreciate your time, and we'll resume shortly after 15 minutes at around 11 o'clock. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. I hope you're suitably refreshed and ready for the next round. At the close of the session before, we were just finishing the questioning, and good round of questions, thank you councillors, and lots of great answers to inform our decision making. We now move on to the recommendation that the staff have put before us. The recommendation is that the committee confirms its intention to proceed with the strengthening of Te Whare Taonga Aotearoa and to reopen it as a museum to A, the committee acknowledges, subject to, A, the committee acknowledges that it would not be prudent for council to apply additional funding beyond the $15.5 million already committed for the project. B, the committee acknowledges that it will be required to meet any escalation in cost beyond the identified contingency. The contingency for the first phase will be sized to ensure that there is at least 85% probability that work can be completed within the funding available. Point C is the committee directs there will be a progressive approach to construction taken as funding becomes available. The committee understands the first step is to undertake work only to the value of the confirmed funding to provide sufficient scope for the museum to commence operation. D, existing and additional funding be confirmed, and E, a future committee approval to enter into the construction contract. Now, Mayor Tapsell did foreshadow that she had a motion, so I will hand over to you probably at this stage, Your Honour.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Look, I'd like to table a strengthened motion. It does speak to the same intention as these, but what I'd like to suggest is, and I have provided a copy to staff, and I'm happy to provide elected members one, and if I'm able to table this motion, then I can perhaps speak to it then.
Yes, that's fine. Please go ahead.
Take one plus one. Should I speak to it
now? I think, yeah, if you speak to it, that would be great, and we'll just allow time for the councillors to have it distributed so that while you're speaking they can actually get a grasp of what you're trying to achieve.
Sorry, Madam Chair, can I just ask a question? Is that's in a new one, or is it in an amendment to the current?
This is I believe would be a substituted motion.
Okay.
This is the previous was a recommendation from the staff, but this is a substituted motion. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Kaifong. Thank you. So,
seeking a seconder on this new motion.
New motion, yeah.
I haven't read it yet, sorry.
Okay, sorry. Okay, well maybe the Mayor should run us. Yeah. Yeah, we'll just give everyone time to read what's in it, and give the Mayor a chance to speak about it too.
Perhaps if I read it out and speak to it, and I will note any of the substantive changes so that it's easy for people to understand. So the motion that I propose, number one remains the same, that the report, that's already been received. Number two, that council will confirm its intention to proceed with the strengthening of Te Whare Taonga Aotearoa and to reopen it as a museum, subject to, and I've just included the words council being satisfied that the following conditions have been met. This just makes it really clear that point A to D are conditions, so not a substantive change. And then I've got A, which is exactly the same as the previous. Council acknowledges it would not be prudent for council to apply additional funding beyond the $15.5 million already committed. Now, the change that I do propose is actually to B. The previous recommendation of B was that council acknowledges that it will be required to meet any escalation in costs beyond the identified contingency. Now, having listened to the community, having read the submissions, and also having taken on board the feedback that came through the workshop from elected members, the escalation in cost and the uncertainty of increase in costs was actually has been one of the main concerns. So what I recommend is removing the mention of escalation and costs and actually making it stronger in terms of, well, how will we proceed forward? So this is the main change, and I propose that B is now the council directs staff to negotiate a construction contract and project management approach that sufficiently de-risks the project and that there is a progressive approach to construction. Now, as mentioned, it has removed escalation and cost, but what it actually does is sets down very clearly that this council wishes a construction contract to be negotiated, but the project management approach to also be in place. Now, what this means is it provides more certainty for us as council and the community that it's not an open checkbook. The last thing that I want is this building to become a black hole of spending. What we want to do is ensure that before, as a condition, before we proceed, that we, the community and the funders do understand what that contract is and do know that there will be management in place. So that's point B. And then point C, I've just integrated the previous progressive approach into B, and the point C that I recommend is existing and additional funding being confirmed, which allows a future council to approval to enter into it, and then I've added construction contract, again being specific, and I've also added for the awarding of each stage of the construction to the extent of funding available. So again, just de-risking and not committing ourselves or the funders beyond what we can accomplish. And then point D, staff to report back on other risk and cost mitigations and a process to manage the contract, which really just speaks to that, ensuring that through every step of this process and this build, that this council and our community can be satisfied that all risks have been mitigated and also that all costs are understood. And to put it as simply as I can, we want to ensure that we know what we will be spending this money on, whether it's ratepayers' money, Rotorua Trust, other councils, or also philanthropic. We want that certainty. So the intention remains the same. The strengthened motion provides a solution to that overwhelming concern on risk, but I hope that it also ensures we're able to deliver what the community wants within that budget that the community can afford, which we have already indicated at 15.5 for ratepayers' money. So in conclusion on that, this is the most complex earthquake strengthening project in the country. So what I've recommended speaks to the importance that our generous funders and also our ratepayers know that we will have processes and protections in place to be successful. So certainly open to take feedback on that from councillors, and yeah.
Actually, I'll just thank you, Mayor Tapsell, in laying out that for us, and there will be certainly some questions around it, I would imagine. Just to be clear, did we have a seconder? Yeah, thank you, Councillor Kaifong. Did you want to speak to this also now, or?
Just over to you, Chair, as to whether you wish me to make comments at this stage, or do you want to take questions from councillors, or?
Yeah, well, I'm happy to take questions, actually, if someone has a question. Yeah? Did you have one, Councillor Maxwell? Yes?
Okay, what is on our agenda is just a recommendation that's come through from staff, but now this motion on here is we were looking. I would like to see somewhere that it shows that this is option A that has come back to us loud and clear from the community, especially 85% telling us how they feel about the options we sent out to them. So I don't want to sort of have to sort of move amendments or anything like that. Why can't full stop go after number 2 where it says museum, full stop, and then we treat each one A, B, C and D where we can debate on it. But I would like it somewhere that it makes it clear that we've listened to the community through the consultation. Thank you.
Thank you. Point of order, please, Madam Chair.
Yes, what's your point of order, Councillor O'Brien?
Thank you. Under 9.10, could I ask this for clarification in 9.12? So we have a recommendation which previous, I believe it was Councillor Lee once raised, and we said, we made it very clear that recommendations from officers cannot be amended. So if this is a fresh motion, which I take it, the fact that this wasn't part of the agenda, are you happy with that? Thank you.
This is, sorry? Yeah, I'll just ask Una to speak to it first, and then I'll answer your question about my...
the process. I can't hear myself. Just to outline procedurally where we were up to. So first up on the screen, we brought up the staff recommendation, which is in your agenda item, in your agenda pack, and is what Gina and the team have spoken to earlier on today. At the beginning of the presentation and before the council went into questions, the Mayor foreshadowed that she had a motion that she wished to put on the table. So that is exactly what has happened. A motion has been put on the table that has been seconded, and therefore what is up on the screen becomes your discussion point from this point on.
Does that answer your question? And from my point of view...
It answers it, but doesn't satisfy it. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to allow the opportunity for full discussion on any options, and so this is why I think that we should at least have a round of discussion on this and follow the process, and we'll take that where it goes. So it's up to our councillors, and I'll actually ask Councillor Kaifong to speak, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to this. As the seconder for the motion, this is a very significant decision for this council, and it probably couldn't come at a worse economic time. We've just had a very difficult debate with the community around rates rises and affordability and what we want a vibrant community to look like. One of the things that we have not done with this decision, like we did with others as a brand new council, is to come in and revoke a previous council decision. There was a previous decision made by council which we would proceed with the strengthening of the strengthening of the building and reopening the building as the museum, and we haven't resolved from that, and there is no appetite to resolve from that. But what we are trying to do, because of the challenging economic times, is to put a little bit more due diligence and rigour around the process. We've heard today about the costs that will come to the ratepayer, the affordability with debt funding. We've heard about cost challenges and about the fact that we've tried to mitigate those costs as much as possible. But this is the most risky project that we could have ever undertaken as a council, and we've heard that from the engineers. They themselves have said this is the most challenging project that they have ever had to do in their time. So we cannot have a situation where contract overruns are the norm, and that seems to be the case in a lot of other projects that have been undertaken by council and other government projects. Cost overruns, time delays, they're just the norm. Well, we can't have this with this project. So what we are proposing is an extra level of scrutiny, some careful analysis, some opportunity to have a further look and reconsider. So we're still committed to the project, but what we are saying is that let's have the opportunity to have a look at what that rescope project might look like. We don't know what that is, and Gina said to me, please don't preempt what that advice might look like, but this gives us the opportunity to have a look at that. So I'm going to use the analogy of if I was to build a brand new house for myself, would I be just simply pressing go if I don't know how much money the bank is going to lend me, how much I think I can afford to pay back? In fact, I do not know how far my money is going to go to what I can build. So would I build a house if I don't get a roof on it, or I don't get any joinery in it, or I get, 3/4 of a house, or do I get a full house? So I need to know all of that. I need to know how much I can borrow, how much I can pay back, and can I afford to service that together with the ongoing costs. We haven't had the opportunity as a new council to talk about our long-term plan aspirations, but I think this decision here will confirm that this project remains. There is the commitment to continue on with the $15.5 million worth of funding in the LTP. The opportunity for staff to report back on other risk or cost mitigations and a process to manage the contract gives us the opportunity to look at things like contract negotiations, procurement, project management. Are there other fundraising opportunities, sponsorship opportunities, commercialisation, anything else to make this project just stack up and give us the confidence and the community the confidence that this is the right decision? So I think that once we've done all these things, we've ticked them off, we're satisfied, then we can say, yes, we've got the plan that we're satisfied with, we've got the financing, we've got the funding that we're satisfied with, we've got the other savings, we know that we're going to manage this project, And whilst we know we have legal liability for any cost overruns, I think what we're trying to do is to send the message that this is going to be such a tightly run project that there is just going to be no room, no appetite for any expectation that any cost overruns will be simply signed off by council. So I think that what I'm trying to do is say, let's get all these things in a row, tick all the boxes, and then let's press go, unconditional, we're going for it. And this just gives that extra rigour around that decision, because I know for myself, I was uncomfortable originally with the decision to just simply proceed without knowing what the project might look like, without knowing what we've actually got in the bank in terms of funding. But this way round, we have the opportunity to just step back, check, tick, yes, and then confirm. So that is why I'm in support of the amended motion, with that extra rigour, extra due diligence and extra scrutiny that council is able to bring to this project to ensure that we do bring this project in on time and on budget.
Thank you, Councillor Kaifong. So we have a substantive motion in front of us. Is there any other comments or discussion? Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If this motion fails, this new motion, I would be willing to move the original motion. I think the staff have put a lot of effort into wordsmithing the original motion, and the staff will ultimately, and our Chief Executive in particular, will be held accountable to what they have recommended. And I would prefer to see that accountability remain with the words that they chose. I appreciate the good intentions of the Mayor and the Deputy Mayor in trying to de-risk it. I think the wording achieves what they are wanting to achieve already, the original wording. I don't understand what sufficiently de-risks the project means, or what would be sufficient and what wouldn't be in the amended motion. I prefer at this point to be debating the merits of whether or not we go ahead with the museum myself, but with the restoration of the museum rather than an amendment. But so I guess I won't support the motion, the new motion, but I would certainly be willing to support the original wording.
Thank you, Councillor Lee. Is there any other commentary? Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, I must admit, like a number of us, through various conversations that we've had, that this was the scariest thing that's come in front of us. Most concerning, the most potential for us to be exposed to a huge debt. When, as you rightly mentioned before, Councillor Kaifong, that we've just gone through a very challenging annual plan process. We know there is a cost of living crisis. We know our people are suffering, and that the 96% of our ratepayers who didn't participate within the consultation also need to be factored into any decision that we make today. So this motion seems to have made the butterflies in my stomach less bouncy. So I'm a little more comfortable with this, particularly after what I saw at the LGNZ conference. Our friends over the hill in Tauranga are embarking on a $500 million project to revitalise their civic centre, including library, museum, new civic, they're calling it a civic whare instead of council chambers, and other buildings. Now that's 5 times more than 5 times more than what we're looking at investing here. And because of that, they were engaged a company called Willis Bond, which are probably one of the highest ranked consultancy firms in the country. They only do mega projects, anything over 500 or 600 million, which was interesting because they only do Auckland, Wellington. They've never done anything else. So for the first time, they've chosen Tauranga. Now, they produced some statistics from McKinsey, which is a global research company, and Oxford professor, a guy by the name of Brent Flyvbjerg, I hope I got his name right. It showed that of 16,000 major projects across the globe, 136 countries, 91.5% of those projects go over budget, over schedule, or both. 91.5%. So there was one just conducted down the road recently, which I believe one of my colleagues might be able to confirm with a yes or no answer. Did that go over budget? Well, you get the drift. You know, this is...
Yeah, sorry, Councillor, point of order on that one. Sorry.
Yeah, we'll move
That's
on.
okay.
We'll
That's
leave that
okay.
one to July, thank you.
The point I'm trying to make is that this is a big risk, and we have to, as councillors, do our best to mitigate that risk while we want to see a fantastic project come to its conclusion. I mean, I spent 8 years of my life in that building. I've got a vested interest in that place. I love it with a passion, but at the same time we have to step back and make sure we're doing what's right for everybody. So I will be supporting this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Councillor Kiriopa.
Thank you, through the Chair. While it's clear that a majority of our community, including our Te Aroha whānau, value the bathhouse building, in my opinion, it simply shouldn't be a priority at this time of climate breakdown, and with Rotorua communities potentially looking at the need for managed retreat. And just as both Councillors Patterson and Kai Fong raised, the Te Aroha Climate Change Working Group too has real concerns about Council committing to this type of project when we're already facing or experiencing the impacts of climate breakdown with unprecedented lake levels. And the focus needs to be on identifying potential climate impacts and actioning adaptation and mitigation plans to safeguard our communities right now. When consulting with mana whenua, it was important that our whānau and hapu separate our considerations of the options for this building from any considerations involving our taonga, because in reality our whānau who care for our taonga have advised that a purpose-built building would actually be better for the long-term care of our taonga. And a number of our hapu and iwi have aspirations also to open their own whare taonga. But when weighing up all the costs and risks, I think Gina summed it up well when she said not going ahead will not decrease the risks associated with this building. So based purely on the economics presented by our staff, who I'd like to acknowledge and commend for the quality and quantity of work undertaken, I will be voting in support of these updated motions.
Thank you, Councillor Kiriopa. Any other? Oh, Councillor O'Brien, wasn't it? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I regret that I will not be able to support the motion today. If I may start, one of the factors is the process that we've ended up here today. Now, with all due respect to the previous council, and I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge former Mayor Chadwick, who's here today, I read at the last election there was a mandate for change. Now, that mandate for change wasn't just for the sake of change. It was for an opportunity for this council to re-look and re-examine the priorities and spending choices of previous councils. Now, here we are today. This is the first real opportunity as a council to have this discussion, and that discussion is now basically carry on with the previous council, even though the costs have far exceeded what the previous council had been given when they made those decisions, or else nothing. Second part that concerns me very deeply is the consultation process that we undertook. Option A, which had all the very nice pages and everything flowing through. Option B, which we now find has to be withdrawn because it's not viable. How did we go out to a consultation with the public with an option that wasn't viable? Why was that work not previously done?
Sorry, what was your point of order?
Point of order. As a matter of fact,
what was the point of order, sorry?
Sorry, I don't have the standing orders in front of me right now. But
irrelevance or disorder language?
It seems to...
Misrepresentation?
Misrepresentation, thank you. It's the reason, as I understand it, that option B has become unviable is because of feedback from the funders, thank you. So that had to go through that submission process in order for us to determine that option B was not viable.
If I may, Your Worship, sorry, forgive me, Madam Chair, with all due respect, the motion's not, that Councillor Lee's raising, the point of order is not correct. There is no, I'm not accusing, what I'm stating is a fact that has been admitted in writing that an option went out for consultation, and I'll provide Councillor Lee a copy if he's mislaid his. We've now been advised that option B is no longer viable. Now, I'm simply raising the point that we should have ensured that all those options were practical, were viable before taking them out. Because people that voted for B and are now hearing today that that's been withdrawn, I think would be very, very disappointed and wondering at the lack of quality of the project.
Could you allow us a moment to perhaps clarify with Gina about the consultation process?
Staff did approach all of the external funders beforehand. They have all been clear that they will not proceed without a council commitment. When we went out to, and we had also discussed with them whether they would stage, they were not prepared to put a formal response back to us until the consultation started.
Thank you. I accept the answer. However, again, I would say it raises very serious questions, but I'll move on. Thank you. The funding gap and risk. For me, Madam Chair, I'm very concerned at the risk, and I'm sorry I just haven't been persuaded that that risk will be mitigated, although I appreciate the excellent motion put forward by her mayor to try and reduce that risk. I'm not convinced. And part of the reason why I'm not convinced is when I look back at our track record of projects, the airport extension as well as becoming international, the outrageous overspends on Shimpak, the Rotorua sewage scheme, which we've unfortunately, I tried to raise but was not listened to, and subsequently we've managed to lose $10 million withdrawn by the Minister. The southern wing to the museum itself, these are examples, I think, of where we have not proven a track record of significant projects being able to be done. In conclusion, can I just say that I'm very disappointed with where we've come to today so quickly. I think we had an opportunity to push pause on this. I'm very concerned at the fact that we went out in consultation with option C with no work having been admitted by our team on any of the options because there had never been an option put forward. No projects had been quoted on, no ideas. And I think, again, this should have been a two-stage process, and I think we've let the people of Rotorua down, and I think we've let ourselves down. So I'm very sorry. I want to see the building restored. I do have concerns about whether it should be a museum. I do want to see the building restored, and if we could, and I would urge my fellow councillors to consider not moving forward today, but at a future point after the election, either this year or early next year, I would certainly reconsider my opinion. But at this stage, I'm sorry, I cannot support this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor O'Brien. I acknowledge your comments. And there was obviously some clarification on the consultation process, which does make it a little bit difficult to accept all of your comments as fact, but I do take on board your comments about the cost and the impact on our community, so thank you.
I would just say, Madam Chair, I'm allowed an opinion. Whether others agree with it or not is a different thing.
Correct.
But yeah, thank you.
Correct, thank you. Councillor Maxwell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to try and ensure this is a huge decision, and I'm just hoping it doesn't get too confused and get away from where I want it to be. To me, the community of Rotorua have spoken, and they've made it loud and clear how they feel. 85% supported option A, and 3% for option B, and C was 12%. To me, this is the second consultation that I've been through regarding our whare taonga o Te Arawa. And the first one 5 years ago, if I recall, it was unanimous from our council at that time to go ahead. And $55 million was a lot of money then too. But they had the courage to continue with it. Now, I'm really weighing it up whether I'm supporting this or what the staff have put through. But deep down, what I want is us as a council showing that we are listening to the people, we are looking and supporting option A. Māori and non-Māori in this community are united on this. Councillors, this is our time. Holding it over is going to just cause more confusion for me. It's time for us to show leadership, like the Rotorua Energy Trust giving 10 million to us already. The Centennial Committee gave 22 million towards the 100-year celebration. There was some 6 or 7 years ago. They didn't get held up like we are. They're waiting to get out there to do the fundraising efforts too. And also, I want to acknowledge Ngāti Whakaue. Ngāti Whakaue gifted the land to our council in 1876. So their contribution is strong. The pukinga pukinga koekea of all our elders at the museum are unanimously behind us doing it. That's why I asked when some things were put forward earlier, if a full stop can be put after reopen it as a museum, full stop, and then perhaps debate all the other things, but make it clear to our community that we're right behind the opening and the progress on there. So for me, again, I just urge our time now, show leadership like the council showed some 7 years ago, unanimously supporting this, and be bold and be courageous. Stop putting up any hurdles or hamstringing the efforts that a lot in our community are wanting to do. Te whare taonga o Te Arawa, e ngā nguru nei, au e ha.
Thank you, Councillor Maxwell. Councillor Wang.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tautoko Councillor Maxwell's comments there, and also actually Councillor Lee's comments there as well. I would also like to signal that if this motion were to fail, I would happily second the staff recommendation there as well. Personally, I actually see the staff recommendation as actually more detailed, and I'm worried with this motion that it seems to have picked apart the wording just a little bit too much for my comfort. And on the note of Councillor O'Brien's comments there as well, I think it is a dangerous precedent to set if we were to delay a decision based off of a central government election, and that, in my view, is central government politics encroaching into local government. And I would definitely not be confident in us delaying a decision when we have heard from our community that they want us to get on with it. But firstly, I'd just like to thank our staff, the structural engineers, the architects, the geotech specialists and the funding partners that had come through on the workshops and provided us and the community that extra information. I know that this has been a very difficult 6 years since the closure. It's been a very long journey, and I've really appreciated even meeting some of the volunteer guides that have been here for decades, taking visitors and locals and explaining the history of the building and the surrounding. I know and acknowledge the extensive investigation and the surveying done and the detail of the building project has significantly reduced the build risk, as we've heard in the presentations. And alongside the negotiations done by our staff to reduce the costs, we've been able to hit that level of a P95. And, you know, a project will always have risk, but thanks to the vast amount of work done by staff since the closure, we have reduced the level of risk to a level I am confident is extremely low. And unfortunately, during the workshops, I was disappointed at the level and the quality of the questioning that the staff, the specialists and the funding partners had to endure. It felt like at times...
Point of order, Madam Chair.
What's your point of order, please?
I just think that's disrespectful to councillors and to staff in terms of the opportunity to be able to question people when they're coming to give a presentation. That's...
Sorry, I understand where you're going with that, and just refrain from, keep respect amongst around the table, please. Thank you.
I felt like the questioning was there to get a gotcha moment and for a soundbite, but I would like to thank the funding partners for their ongoing commitment.
Point of order, Madam Chair. We just emphasised that that was not the case. It's a very important... sorry, my point of order is on respect. It's a very important opportunity for elected members to ask every and all questions of the experts, whether people like those or whether it makes them comfortable or not. They were a very necessary part of the process, ensuring we're making the right decision now.
Thank you, Mayor Tapsell, and I do agree. We need every opportunity as councillors to ask the questions, even if they appear silly. It's our job to do so, and we're not questioning the experts. We're actually questioning the information and how it applies to the situation that we're facing, so that we understand it better. So please just refrain from those comments again. Thank you.
Thank you. Simply conveying that was my personal view on what happened, but I acknowledge the comments made there. I want to thank the funding partners for their ongoing commitment and sticking around with us for so long. I think it shows the significance of this project and the importance this building has, not only to our district, but nationally. And also to the staff for maintaining these relationships with our partners, and to the other museums, which we know how important that is for the exhibitions and for the sharing of our history. Over the hill, as Councillor Patterson mentioned over in Tauranga, they recently announced the $306 million civic precinct project of a gallery, a museum, library, community hub and a revitalised space. That is leadership. It shows that they have a vision for a wider economic well-being and cultural well-being of their community, and that they believe in their community and its future. And if we don't invest in our community, then we will start falling behind, and our community will be the ones who will feel the effects of a lack of vibrancy in our city and the wider economic benefits and visitors it would have brought. We clearly have heard from our community through the large number of submissions that we have received. 85% agree with option A. And I really appreciate the reasoning and the detail in those submissions, and thank all the community members who are here today. But the community clearly wants us to get on with it, complete the re-strengthening and open the building. A month ago, we voted to retain and protect the museum education program. And today, we decide on the future of this museum and whether or not those stories can continue to be told within those walls, a building which itself is a taonga. Our community wants certainty. They want a commitment from us that we value our history and our past, and that we are also preparing and securing our community assets for the future. I visited the off-site museum storage site recently, and it was sad that we had all these treasures, but we don't have a place to house them. So we need to be courageous and get on with it, commit to restoring and opening the Te Whare Taonga o Te Aroa, our museum, so that we can once again share the taonga, the art, the history and the local stories with our community and future generations. And with that, I will reluctantly be supporting this motion. However, I am still more comfortable with the staff recommendation and just having a look around at the comments that have been made around this motion, I feel it does have the numbers, and I don't want to vote against something that will that will be approving this museum project. So I will be reluctantly be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wayne, for your thoughts on that topic. Is there any other comments from any of the other councillors who have not had an opportunity to do so? Councillor Brown?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will support the new motion on the table. I think it brings about more discipline to the process and alleviates my concerns around some of the risks. I do want to see it go ahead. The only change that, and I think this may address Councillor Maxwell's desire to make it clear, but if we were to make one change, I would suggest in number 2 in the first line, potentially we could take out confirm its intention to proceed. So the motion would read that the committee will proceed with the strengthening of the museum. But I'm not going to lose any sleep over that. If somebody wants to second that, we can debate it, but I think it sends a clear message to the community that we are going to go ahead with it. But I will support the motion on the table.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Yes, Councillor Waru.
Just on that matter, I'm happy to support Greg's, Councillor Brown's proposal to amend the writing.
You support Councillor Brown's proposal to amend, correct? So the amendment would... So we need to amend. Yeah. Just getting clarification from Una about what the process is if we have an amendment. So we will need to put the amendment on the table and have discussion about the amendment, and then we will vote on the amendment. So what is the proposal again, please?
I'm getting told that the committee will, the committee will proceed. That's right, you've got it right there, yeah.
So we'll just give the staff a moment to get that up on the screen so we're very clear about what we're talking about. Thank you.
No.
Councillor Lee, did you have something you wanted to say?
Yes, I do, Madam Chair. I'm pretty concerned about that wording, and it is remarkably different from the staff recommendation that the committee will proceed with the strengthening of Te Whare-taonga. That's effectively authorising the staff to start signing contracts with contractors. What the original staff recommendation was to confirm council's intention to proceed with that, and there's obviously a body of work that's going to be needed to be done before we get to the signing of the contract stage. So
Well, let's just take the amendment as it's been proposed and seconded, and we'll take on the discussion and maybe some advice from Gina around that motion and whether it's actually something that is appropriate or acceptable, considering that we have funders and various steps in this process to follow. So at the moment, we have a potential amendment to the motion, and we have to deal with the amendment. So Councillor Brown has proposed an amendment, and Councillor Waru has seconded it. We're just seeking advice from Gina as to whether this is the implications of this actual wording, as there's been concerns raised by Councillor Lee. Does that explain where we're at? So we're at an amendment.
I think what's important in that whole block of text under 2 is the words that the following conditions have been met. So what this resolution is saying is that staff will need to go and do all of that work before we proceed. I think so. I am in a bit of a dilemma, because what I've taken from the discussion is that the councillors generally, that there's a feeling of proceeding with the project and for staff to getting on and doing their work. I'm not sure how funders would respond to that, to the wording as it's currently, either the new resolution or the amendment. I couldn't comment on how funders would respond to that. But I think the deletion of those words confirm its intention, don't change the fact you've still got those conditions that must be met before you commit, as it's currently written.
Thank you for your advice. And on that note, shall we be proceeding with this amendment? We will put it to the vote. Oh. So we do want to have some discussion first.
Can I just confirm you've got that bit? Why have you got the wording in right there? So are you moving this resolution as a whole, or are you just moving an amendment to
actually just a second?
So it doesn't quite make sense. I'm not sure what we're doing. So just point of order.
It's just the amendment.
Thank you. There's a point of order on process. Thank you, Councillor Kaifong. I'll just refer to Gina. Gina. So I was just receiving advice around the new amendment and the implications of that, and just being very clear about how we go forward from here. So if we could just have just a moment for the staff to clarify their understanding of what we're trying to achieve and what the process is. We'll take 5 minutes. Yeah, maybe we'll just take 5 minutes and so we can sort this out. Thank you. Back at 5:02, please. we are actually voting on. I'll hand it over to you, Jeff, first.
Yes, thank you, through the Chair. So Councillor Brown has moved an amendment with the intent of trying to provide, I understand, greater clarity as to Council's intent. And the change, in our view, actually does achieve that. Secondly, Councillor Lee expressed a concern that have we in some ways provided direction to staff that would mean that staff would act and were not bound to follow the caveats or the clauses that followed. That's A to D. The wording that is retained from the original recommendation or the original motion, that committee is satisfied that the following conditions have been met, still retains the requirement for staff to meet A to D to your satisfaction prior to actually any movement forward.
Councillor Maxwell.
Further question, Jeff. This new part here, does it, the new motion here, does it make it, the funders still secure in supporting?
Through the Chair, Gina's words were, I think, as I recall quite clearly, that the funders were looking to understand Council's intent to proceed. That was the key issue that the funders were wanting to receive clarification of, which, when you read this, the amendment as it has been put forward, provides a greater level of clarity than potentially the original motion actually included. So it actually means that you're a lot more likely to get the support through funders.
Does that answer your question?
Yep.
Thank you. So just to be clear, we are purely putting this to the vote on the amended wording and highlighted in yellow. So I will ask that that we confirm that the committee will proceed with the strengthening of Te Whare Taonga Aotearoa and to reopen it as a museum, subject to the committee being satisfied that the following conditions are met. That's the amendment. Yes, Councillor Kaifong?
Sorry, are you saying we're only talking to that bit and moving that as an amendment rather than the whole thing? Because am I to understand from Councillor Brown, the only amendment required is to that top line and there's no suggested amendments to A, B, C and D, so there'd be no reason why you just wouldn't take the amendment as a whole? Because it's all subject to and it's part of the same thing, so why are we just moving the top line? It doesn't make sense to me.
I will ask Una to clarify.
Through you, Madam Chair, procedurally you have to take that amendment because that does change the overall, I guess, of the substantive motion. So we need confirmation that you are accepting or not of the amendment, and then you will need to go and, if that is won or lost, then you will need to take the whole thing as one decision.
Thank you, Una. So we have a mover and a seconder. Yes, Councillor Waru.
Oh, sorry, through
Yes.
to you, Madam Chair. I haven't had a chance to have my kōrero about
Oh, please do.
Kia ora, kia ora. Thank you for the opportunity. I am in support of it. I've seconded it. I've sat here and listened to the kōrero. The main thing is, I think, from my point of view, I'm supportive for the scope to proceed. We're getting into the tin tax now and how it's going to proceed, but ultimately I'm supportive. A couple of things, it's legally we have to do something. Now, if it's not us, then it might be our kids or whoever coming up. I'm not a fan of leaving things for the next generation to fix up. And if we can do it, then we should. Had too much of that in the past, and I think we need to take a bit of leadership, as Councillor Wang referred to. Secondly, also, we've done a lot of work on this kaupapa already, and there's going to be no better information than the information that we have now from our engineers and our consultants, who are, by the way, the best in the country. And this is one of the hardest, or well, the hardest project they've ever come up against. Of course, we don't do things easy in Rotorua. Nothing, perfection takes time. So with that in mind, to leave it again, I suspect we'd have to redo all that mahi again, which will be another cost coming up. So I think, to quote our mayor, who worship the mayor, we don't want to keep adding to the black hole and throwing money into something that's getting us nowhere. So I from a funder point of view, I sit on funding boards too, as does my colleague, or as have many of us. And the amendment to me makes it more certain, and as our CEO has already alluded to. If I was a funder and I saw, yes, we'll proceed, that would give me confidence to say, kapai, I'm going to tautoko the kaupapa. So I seconded it, I supported the amendment, and, keep in mind the main kaupapa is for us to move forward. The other thing I want to add to, while I've got the floor, we can put these things in place. Reality is things change. Like the tide, ebb and flow, it's always going to happen. We can put things in place to give us a bit more confidence and a bit more, I suppose, some processes around how we can better mitigate things and manage things. But in the end of the day, it comes down to where things land at the time and how we manage it. So I'm very keen to see how we manage these things well. We've got an opportunity to do things a different way, and I do take on Councillor O'Brien's kōrero around past projects, and I just want to say, well, maybe this is the opportunity to show how we can do it right. So I rungai tērā, would like to give confidence to our funders out there that we're on board. That's what I would like to see, and I think once we do that, you'll find that a lot of doors will open to us, and a lot of advice will come our way. Some advice we will take, some advice we might not, but kei te pai. Kia ora tātou.
Thank you, Councillor Waru. Councillor Kaifong.
Just a question again. So you said we're only taking what's up in two. That doesn't make sense. So if we're amending the motion was the whole thing. It should be the whole thing is now amended, but with those changes at the top. I'm just not sure if we've now got a motion that's then resolved that the committee will proceed with just that, and then it's a subject to : and nothing else.
I think what we're trying to do.
So why would we not take the amendment? We've got a mover and a seconder of original motion. We've had an amendment to that which has been moved and seconded. So the motion is not just to move; it's the whole thing with the changed wording at the top. You're not just severing off bits of it, as I understand it.
I think it's just to clarify the wording, and then as soon as we've got that point clarified, we'll move on to if that passes. It may not pass. If it does pass,
what I'm just meaning is that when the records and the minutes reflect, we've moved an amendment which just simply says that, subject to the following conditions having been met, and that's it. So, yeah, and that's what I'm saying. We take the motion as a whole with the amendment, because you're amending the motion, which included A, B, C, and D.
Madam Chair.
Yes,
I prefer the way you were talking, that we were talking about too, because there's some other things some of us would like to say from A to D. So I do prefer what you're saying. We're dealing with the amendment on 2 at the moment.
Sorry, your mic's not on, but what I'm understanding from you, Councillor Maxwell, is that you want to take the whole thing.
Who wants to take the whole thing?
Is that what you're saying? Can you just...
Not me.
No.
No, that we're dealing with the amendment on number 2 at the moment.
Thank you. Yeah, we'll deal with the amendment. We'll deal with that first, and then we'll move on. So,
and can I carry on with the question I've got?
Can we is this about the amendment?
Yeah, the question. Can I ask the movers that are there, if they're clear, as well as Mayor Tapsell, who did put this forward to us, that it is clear that it is option A, even
Yes,
though
that's
it's
been
not
made clear.
printed up there,
Yep.
that it is option A.
Correct, yes, we're
and
still...
we've listened to the people.
That's correct, yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So I'll just like to put that amendment to the vote. All those in favour of the amendment as it stands up there in yellow, please say aye. Aye. Those against? Carried. Thank you. So with that addition, the full motion now stands in front of you. This is a substantive motion that we'll be discussing going forward. If there's any further discussion or comments from around the table. Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We get to talk about the museum at last. And what a building it is. I popped in to see our mayor last month, and coming down the hallway, turned left into her office and was hit by the museum. She obviously has a tremendous view of that building from her office, and it has a wow factor. It's spectacular. This is not just another building, and I'm so glad this decision is being made locally. This is what local government's all about. We haven't kicked the football down to Wellington and sent them the keys in the post or anything. This is our decision to make. This is a decision being made by people who know and love the building, who've been in it, who've nightclubbed in it in some cases, and even more. I really would like to commend the staff for the work that they've done. It's been thorough. They've done their homework. We had the pleasure of being introduced to the architects, the engineers, all of the experts, the ground engineers. We threw all the questions at them. We played devil's advocate. They came up with the answers. We've asked the hard questions regarding all the finances of this, and the risks have been mitigated very well about this turning pear-shaped. The worst case scenario is that it will take longer to get the museum done, but we are going to make a start, and we're going to carefully watch as the project unfolds. And so we're not going to end up with a massive blowout. I'm comfortable with that. The worst that could happen is it unfolds slower than we might otherwise have liked. So at the bottom line, we all want to get the museum, or I want to get the museum restored, and I'll defer to my colleagues if necessary as to the wording of how we go about that. So I'll be supporting the restoration of the building.
Thank you, Councillor Lee. Are there any further comments from the councillors? Councillor O'Brien.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to address a couple of points that have been raised since the initial discussion. I've heard funding possibilities from Regional Council, and I see it's been listed in our report, but can I ask, is there any memorandum of understanding to guarantee that money? Has there been any actual written submission or proposal put by Regional Council to the public? You know, this is like me saying, I'm going to buy Lotto next week, and if I win, I'll be putting money on. The second part is about Tauranga Council. Could I just remind people that the reason Tauranga Council can afford to just blow money left, right and centre is they have commissioners. The previous council so overspent and so mismanaged their own local economy that the minister had to move in and take them out. And can I also remind, I think it was 14% rate rise impacted. It's pretty easy when you don't have to actually put your hand up and be accountable to the public to put rate rises in wherever you want. And finally, as to my suggestion and my regret that we haven't waited till after the election, whether it be later this year or early next year, we'll be having our hand out, I presume, to the next government, no matter what complexion. So to say that government isn't involved or we should tie-ho, we've already gone to them several times for their very kind and generous donations so far, and we'll be coming back to them after the decision today and after the election. So I find these arguments somewhat superfluous. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for your points, Councillor O'Brien. Are there any other comments from the floor?
Just a respectful point of order.
Yes.
I just waited until Councillor O'Brien was finished with the kōrero.
What's
I
your
think
kōrero?
the actual reason, my thing was misrepresentation of a statement. So it was around the kōrero around Tauranga Council. It wasn't because they had a blowout, it was because they couldn't sit down and make decisions.
Thank
so,
you.
Kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor Waru. And
Could I just add, Madam Chair, partly they couldn't make decisions because of the financial impacts and situation they're in. Thank you.
thank you. It's still, yeah, we'll just leave that as it lies. Thank you. Councillor Kaifong, would you like?
Just a question for clarification. So now we've got the amendment moved at the top bit. Will we now tie the two together so that we can put the motion with the whole thing? So can we now get that up there on the board so that we now know what the motion is on the table? So does that now need to be removed and reseconded?
Through you, Madam Chair, so what you now have is on the table for discussion is the entire thing up there. I'll ask the team to highlight the yellow so that you are fully aware that you are voting or you are now in discussion on 2 as it is written up there, A, B, C, D, I think there's a E. So everything that will be up on screen is what you are now talking to.
I can just see that the staff are going to put that first paragraph in the top there for us. While we're waiting, I just wanted to thank the councillors for their comments. It's been a big journey for us, and it's been even bigger for those that were before us when the earthquake happened in 2018. It was a very different time when the initial decision was made to go ahead with this project. It was pre-global pandemic. And now we, as a new council, are facing the impacts of that global event, and will continue to do so for some time, I presume. It's hard to know. This is why it's part of the uncertainty and risk that we are facing around this project, and it's why we're taking our time and trying to be really as certain as possible about how we move forward with this project, because it is something, this building means something to our community. It's really important. It's a national building of significance, and perhaps it's significant around the world as well. So considering the heritage considerations, the challenging amount of a risk, I think our team and the subject matter specialists who have spoken to us have done a fantastic job of trying to mitigate that risk as much as possible. The way that we handle this project going forward is going to be key, and anything that we can do in this process to minimise that potential blowout that could go beyond the 10 million that we have as headroom as a council, that could impact on the other decisions that we're going to have to make as part of our long-term plan. Some things, you know, could potentially have to be put aside, and these are the things that we are considering today. We are considering how much risk are we prepared to take on, and what does that look like. So the motion that we have in front of us now is, can we just scroll down a little bit again so I can see the top, please? Yeah, just you can see most of it. I would just now like to ask Mayor Tapsell if you'd like to speak again as the mover. If there's any other comments or discussion before we do that? Would you like to? Oh, yes, Councillor Maxwell.
Yeah, thank you. A lot to think about. Number A, can I ask all of these, if, for instance, some additional funding is required and it's a bit over that, it's coming back to the committee here again for us to decide yes or no whether we accept or not? That's a question.
As I understand it, there will be various stepping stones along the way where there will be, a progressive approach to the whole project. Would you like to clarify anything there, Jeff?
Through the chair, yes, you're totally correct. So staff will be bringing back progressively reports and recommendations as to the phases of this contract and how the various elements of A to D are being satisfied, so that you're then able to actually make decisions.
Thank you for that, Madam Chair and Jeff. And just a final comment from me. I just wish all the, not only our staff, but all the people who are going to be working hard to get the much needed extra external funding that we're going to need for our whare taonga. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Thank you. Yes, Councillor Kaifong. That's good.
Another question of clarification. Her worship, when she read the original one, was it the council rather than the committee? I'm wondering whether we should just does it make any difference? Because it's a council decision rather, and I know the original staff recommendation refers to us as council rather than the committee.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. Yes. Thank you, Councillor. Look, it's just a, I guess, a clarification that we put following the Mayor tabling her motion, is that this is a committee of council with the delegations to make the decision. You are in the committee, therefore the committee need to make the decision. So it comes down to the delegations of this committee and which you have set. If you were to have had council up there, you actually need to take that decision to a council meeting.
Oh, thank you. I think it should have been noted at the time if you'd made a change to what the Mayor had actually read out.
Are you comfortable with the way the motion stands, Mayor Tapsell?
Yeah, I think we're wordsmithing now. We should just go to the vote.
Thank you. Kia ora. No other further comments from the councillors? All right. Well, at this stage, I would like to put the motion that the committee will proceed with the strengthening of Te Whare o Taonga Aotearoa and to reopen it as a museum subject to the committee being satisfied that the following conditions have been met. A, the committee acknowledges that it would not be prudent for council to apply additional funding beyond the $15.5 million already committed for the project. B, the committee directs staff to negotiate a construction contract and project management approach that sufficiently de-risks the project and that there is a progressive approach to construction. C, existing and additional funding being confirmed which allows a future committee approval to enter into a construction contract for the awarding of each stage of the construction to the extent of the funding available. And D, staff to report back on other risk and cost mitigations and a process to manage the contract. I would like to ask all those in favour to please raise their hands. And against? We'll take a division, please. The motion. Okay. Well, as Councillor Maxwell's asked for a division, we will just need to ask everyone to put their hands up, all those in favour, please, so that hands can be counted. That's the whole thing. Yep, correct. Leave them up, please. Una's recording. And against, please. And that's been carried. Thank you. All right. Una, as part of the process of a division, we will need to read out who is for and who is against. I'll get Una to do that.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. Councillors who were for this decision: Councillor Kaifong, Councillor Waru, Councillor Brown, Councillor Kiriopa, Councillor Barker, Mayor Tapsell, Councillor Lee, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Maxwell. Those who were against the decision were Councillor Wang and Councillor O'Brien.
Thank you, Una. And thank you all for the considered... Yes, Councillor Wang?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to note that I am against the motion, but I am not against the development of the museum, as mentioned in my comments before.
Thank you. We'll make note of that, Councillor Wang. Thank you. All right, that brings to a conclusion our discussion about the Te Whare Taonga Aotearoa. The next item on the agenda, which may or may not appeal to everybody, but I just might give you a moment for everyone to decide whether they want to stay or go and get comfortable.
I'll just acknowledge those who just came to listen to the decision.
Much.
Kia ora koutou.
Thank you so much for being here today. We appreciate your time and your passion for the project. If it's
Kia ora,
palatable,
Steve.
if it's palatable to the councillors, should we take a break and have lunch quickly before we move on? There's lots of nods going on, so we'll take 30 minutes. And is that too much, too little? Come back at 1:45? Oh, 30 minutes it is. Yeah. Oh, okay. So we reconsume about 1? 1 o'clock, please. Start again at 1 p.m. and we're knocking on that now, so we'll just get ourselves settled in. I see that we have a couple of councillors that are still coming, but we'll just make a start. I believe so. Thank you. We are now on to the 6.2, which is on page 33 of your agenda. The Water Supplies Fluoridation Programme's decision-making paper. I'd like to ask for a mover and a seconder to receive the report, Water Supplies Fluoridation Programme be received. Councillor Lee and Councillor Brown, thank you. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. All those against? Carried. And I'd like to now ask Stavros to give us a presentation, please.
Kia ora. Thank you, Madam Chair. Can we have this presentation now, Isa, please? Thank you. Councillors, I'll take the report. I think it's self-explanatory. I'll just go very briefly through a quick presentation with a key and what I think they are pivotal points. So they are for your consideration here. No. Sorry, something happened to my PowerPoint presentation with alterations. Just very quickly, this is our water supplies, and the water supplies that were instructed to give effect to the fluoridation directive are the central and the eastern sides. The Ministry of Health have provided some information with regards to the dental effects on children in the area, and they have provided some indicative information about the differences between the dental effects on children, especially where water is already fluoridated, versus the effect on children for where there is no fluoridation. And as you can see from there, they're comparing, for us particular area is the area of Tapo versus, Rotorua. And the average database indicates that the average number of decayed or missing or field teeth for 5-year-olds in Rotorua are roughly over twice the number of decays you can face into the area of Tapo. The introduction to the report, obviously, it is that the Ministry of Health's directive established a directive, which is basically a legislative requirement that requires the fluoridation of our water supplies. That was a result of the Health Amendment Act in 2021, and the director, as a result of that amendment, has issued a directive, and he has the power to issue a direction to that effect. The report indicates that before we constructed our report for you, we have sought legal advice about that, and the legal advice is contained in the report, which basically says that Director General has that authority, has that power to require to fluoridate water, and failure to comply with this is a breach of law. Again, looking into the Ministry of Health's data, as they provided by the Ministry of Health, of course, is that there are significant dental decay in Rotorua, and according to their data, Maori and Pacific children are facing worse outcomes than the rest of the community, and also 50% of the adults in Rotorua require teeth removal due to decay. Again, the financial implications for this report is that the Ministry of Health, in order to support fluoridation, they have extended and offered financial assistance. They've done I suppose, what one would call a benefit cost analysis, and they said, well, if you cannot do the whole area, apply it in the areas you have the biggest population. And the two areas for Rotorua are Rotorua Central Supply and Rotorua East, and you can see the number of population in that area, and they said for that effect, the estimated cost, capital cost, about $1.6 million, and they have extending, they said, well, once you implement that those schemes, the Ministry of Health will compensate council to the value of $1.6 million. Of course, there are also, once you instigate and initiate the fluoridation processes, there will be operational costs, which we estimate at this point in time to be about $160,000 per year to accommodate the facilities, the pumping, the chemicals, the electricity, and so on, to maintain the systems. A number of other important notes, obviously, that you need to be cognizant of is that the community is got diverse views, and I'm sure individuals around this table have diverse views and concerns about the use of fluoridation into the water. And I think these are respected, and I think the important thing to note here is that we do apply mandated treatment to water already. We've been applying chlorine in the water for many, many years, and of course chlorine in certain quantities beyond the prescribed quantities can also pose health risks. And you can list a whole range of other areas for which we apply certain treatments and processes to comply with legislation. Some elected members have asked the question, what are our responsibilities if there are health effects into the future? Do we have, as a governance body, do we have a liability to those effects? The legal advice we have, and I have reconfirmed that yesterday with the Ministry of Health, is that this is a law, it's a legislation, it's a directive, and therefore you as a governance body do not have legal liabilities if anything proves to be wrongfully affecting the community. As a business employing business units, we employ staff, and we have liabilities with regards to the health and safety of the staff who will administer those chemicals. But again, we have the same liabilities when we administer chlorine, when we administer lipophosphates, for vegetation control, alum dosing into the lake, asphalt and bitumen, and all these bits and pieces that are dangerous materials. And as long as they are managed, according to specifications, then obviously that's, we are protected, and that's a risk analysis we ought to do as an organization, and we are undertaking. The Ministry of Health advice was sought and received with regards to the implications of this council or any council not complying with the legislation. The Ministry of Health's view is that at this point in time, while they note community concerns about it, they note that at least 50% of the water supplies around the country are already fluoridated for a number of years, and they do not have any data or any evidence of adverse health effects of that. They do not believe that this council has the ability to reject complying with the law, because that is a legislation and local government is obligated to comply with the relevant legislation. The decision to be made for us is that knowing the directive is legally binding to Rotorua Lakes Council, and the fact that there's an expectation that these catchments will be fluoridated by the end of April next year. If we do not have that in place by April next year, the legal liabilities in breaching that law, it's financial penalties, which equates to about $10,000 per day. So in a year, it's $3.6 million of legal liabilities. The Ministry of Health has extended a financial assistance of $1.6 million if we do not comply with the legislation, have the fluoridation systems designed, constructed, and been in place by the end of April next year. We will not have access to that financial support from the Ministry of Health, but we will be expected to meet the legislated requirements of that directive. As officers, obviously, we sought to get competent party advice with regards to the council's liabilities, and as I said earlier, those liabilities arise from any potential effects, adverse effects on the health of the community, but because it is a mandated legislation, you are shielded from that liability. The only liability we have is with regards to the administration of the chemicals and the processes we use to administer the chemicals. Those operational risks will be mitigated by the design of the process and the operations process on an ongoing basis, and therefore our recommendations, the report, are in front of you there too. So more than happy to take any questions with regards to our interpretation of our responsibilities. I would like to know that I am not an expert health advisor. I rely heavily on the advice from the Chief Science Advisor of the government, the Ministry of Health. They have enacted a legislation for which we require to give effect to. The legal advice we have received is that that directive is binding to the Council. The Ministry of Health made it very clear to us that our responsibilities lie in the administration and the design of the system. So your decisions here is to note these reports and to allow us to proceed with the detailed design and the implementation of the necessary apparatus to have compliance with the scheme by the end of April next year. And that's a simple decision you have to make today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stavros, for that presentation and for the report that you provided for us. Very thorough, thank you. And thank you for going to Manatu Hauora to ask the questions about the new safety report and other things around the legislative concerns that we had. It was we appreciate that, even though if we didn't get the answers that we actually were looking for to inform our decision. Is there any questions for Stavros on his report or the process? Councillor O'Brien and then Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through the Chair, thank you, Stavros, for your report. Could I ask you, did you talk about this being a legislation by the government? Did RDC put in a submission regarding that submission? Thank you.
No, have not, Councillor O'Brien, no.
Thank you. And could I ask if anyone is aware, has there ever been a referendum previously in Rotorua about fluoride being added to the water? Thank you.
Personally, I'm not aware of of that, but I'm sure there will have been historical concerns and views by the community of Rotorua, like other areas too. I'm not aware of any referendum for Rotorua.
Madam Chair, could I ask if it's possible for us to get that information sent out to councillors, just for our information, please? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, we'll make that note that you want to have information about whether we've had a referendum or not on fluoride and water supplies. Thank you. It was Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your report, Stavros. You're saying that the directive is legally binding. We are, of course, when we became councillors, we said that we would follow the requirements of the Local Government Act and any other act of Parliament, and so as councillors we are obliged to follow the law. Is that your argument?
I'm not making an argument, Councillor Lee. I'm stating what the expectations of the legislation.
Sure. So I noticed that under the Local Government Act, the principles of consultation include that persons who will or may be affected by or have an interest in the decision or matter should be provided by the local authority with reasonable access to relevant information in a manner and format that is appropriate. The Council has not consulted the public on this issue, have they?
Point of order, Madam Chair.
What's your point of order, Brock?
Thank you. Under 26.2C, irrelevance. Again, a bill has been passed by the government, by Parliament. We must follow. So I'm not quite sure where Councillor Lee's leading with this, but I think it's inappropriate. Thank you.
Do you have a question that's on?
Perhaps if Councillor O'Brien were to just pause a moment, he'd find out where I am going. But, so my question, what was my question? We haven't consulted the community on this, have we?
Councillor Lee, I think, no, we have not. The straight answer is not. But I recall a couple of hours ago, someone, I'm not quite sure what, asked the question, is it viable to consult with the community an option for which you have no influence on? Is that legitimate? I would leave it to you to consider.
Right, so I would acknowledge that the amendment to the Health Act did provide that it's not compulsory for councils to consult. However, the Local Government Act, that doesn't exonerate us from the Local Government Act, which does require us to consult. And I'd note that the Western Bay of Plenty District Council consulted on their directive to fluoridate as part of their annual plan. So I'd just like to park that for the moment, that consultation is a requisite here. Now, you say that the directive is legally binding. The directive that you're referring to is a directive from the Director General of Health in the form of what is basically a letter, correct?
Yes.
So this is not a statute. So we're required by law to follow a statute and even regulations. This is a directive in the form of a letter. Is that correct?
Councillor Lee, my report says the Health Act of 1956 was amended in 2021 to allow the Director General of Health to direct a local authority to add fluoride to drinking waters. Section 116C. When a local authority receives a direction under a particular section, it must comply with it. Non-compliance is an offence carrying a maximum penalty of $200,000 and up to $2,000 per day for continuing offence. That's the legal advice I have in front of me.
Thank you, Stavros. I'm familiar with that advice. I'm also aware that any decision made by a council or a Director General of Health is potentially subject to judicial review. Would you agree with that?
This is actually legal opinion. You can answer if you wish, Stavros, but it's straying into ground that you may not be able to answer.
I did try to make a point, Madam Chair, that I'm presenting a report to the best of my knowledge and my competence ability. I'm neither a legal expert, neither a science and medical expert. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other questions?
Yes, I'd just like to advise that New Health New Zealand in June commenced a judicial review challenging the Director General of Health's decision. His direction aimed at 14 councils, including Rotorua, and so that is currently the subject of judicial review. I'll leave it there for the time being. We'll get back to the debate later.
Thank you, Councillor Lee. Councillor Waru, and then Councillor Patterson.
Tēnā koe te hea mana. Kia ora, Stavros. Thank you for your report. Straight to the point as usual, and very clear. I understand Councillor Lee's kōrero too, around, acts and the legal jargon, but to me, it's pretty plain and simple. This is a directive we've been given by government, by Parliament. We are obligated to follow through. Whether we go, judicial or what, that's irrelevant. We can still do that. But my question is just really around the operational fund there. I think it was 160K. That's council funded, right? Thank you. The other one was, has there been any consideration in the documents you've read through or in the detail of the directive where natural fluoride has a bearing on how much fluoride that is added into the current water supply?
Yes, Councillor Awaru, I think it's a general fact that most of waters contain a level of natural fluoride in it. The standards specify what you call the supplementation of that on a basis of some calculations that would be no more than 0.7 or 0.7 parts to a million parts of fluoride into the water. So some of our water sources might have 0.2, some of them will have 0.3. Therefore, to supplement it, we have to supplement it up to 0.7. So every area will have different levels, and it's the same thing as we apply usually for chlorine. Again, chlorine in excessive quantities can be significantly detrimental into the health of people. And that's why there are drinking water standards to specify how much chlorine you need to apply, how much chlorine needs to be residual in the water supply. These are responsibilities we have to make sure we comply with what we call drinking water standards. And every water supply will be assessed from a chemical composition, and the balance have to be supplemented through the design process we're making.
Thank you, Stavros. It's good to know, actually, because I wasn't too sure around that. It's a pity the Health Ministry of Health doesn't apply the same sort of logic to fizzy drinks and stuff. But hey, tēnā koro tēnā. This is one last question, is around the consultation that was mentioned. If there was consultation, would that have an impact or any kind of impact on the outcome or your interpretation of the directive?
To the best of my knowledge, and I emphasize, I've sought legal advice for that. This is a Parliament, legislation, enacted legislation. The Director General has the ability to issue a directive, and I would think unless the Act is challenged, then I find it pointless, to consult the community about something for which you have no power to influence at this point in time. Now, if you intend to challenge the Act amendment, that's a different story. But then you need to be cognizant of until that is challenged and until that is reviewed and until that is amended, if it gets amended, the directive is valid at this point in time. And by end of April next year, we'll have to be compliant with that directive.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your report, Stavros. Just a couple of questions on the technical side. You talked about the design process. Why are we undertaking design ourselves? Is that not a standard format that comes and we just implement that? And second part of that question is, how long will it take?
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Well, we own the water supplies. We are responsible for the water supplies, and we are responsible to comply with drinking water standards, and these are evolving all the time. And as Councillor Waro, noted or alluded to earlier, every water supply has got unique characteristics. People might talk about water supply and they think water is water, but it is not. Water is different. So you need to sort of do a composition analysis of your water supply, assess what you need to do, and you design your injection processes to meet those requirements. We are the owners. We have to meet the legislation. It's no different to our wastewater treatment plant. There is a form of legislation in the form of resource consents under the RMA, which says where you have to treat wastewater to a particular level, nutrient removals, pathogen removals, and so on. So we own the treatment plant. We have to design the process behind it. We own that responsibility.
So how long will it take?
That's why you have the report in front of you. It will take us the next 3 months to finish the design process. That design process had to be approved by the Ministry of Health because they need to satisfy themselves that our design processes will achieve the intended outcome of a percentage of fluoride in the water, and then they will sign the agreement to pay us a compensation of $1.6 million for incurring those costs, basically to meet all our capital costs for it.
Sorry, one more. You said before has to be implemented by April, and then just before you said February, so...
Oh, no, I'm not sure if it's February, by April, end of April.
End of April, okay, thank you.
Sorry if I said February, but... Very
good. And finally, do you know if, alluding to Councillor Waru's very observant point, will Coca-Cola and Pepsi be putting fluoridated water in their drinks?
Can I pass that, please? Thank you.
Not able to answer that one, probably. Thank you. Any further questions? Councillor O'Brien.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your indulgence, through the Chair. Stavros, could I just ask, you more than any of us understand, as much as one can, the government plans around 3 waters or 5 waters or 10 waters, whatever it's called this week. Is there any benefit to Council postponing this until after the election to see if 3 waters goes ahead, they pick up the tab? Or sorry, the government picks up the tab? Thank you.
Councillor Bryan, my last conversation with the Ministry of Health was yesterday. I explained their advice is that they will pick up the capital cost tap to the tune of $1.6 million at the moment, and if we want to expand it later on to the other catchments, they are prepared to work with us to fund that too. Now, with regards to the 3 waters or 5 waters or 10 waters, whatever you want to do, it's essentially, eventually, someone's going to pay for the ongoing operational costs. Whether you call it ratepayer or user pays, it's irrelevant. But from us, from the financial perspective, we have to comply with the law. We have 2 choices: use our own capital investment or use the Ministry of Health's Crown investment. They said to us they will help, they'll pay for that. And I think my professional advice to you is to say, well, mitigate the cost to your local community by using Crown's funds. That's what I'm saying.
Thank you. Councillor Kaifong.
Thank you, Chair. In that letter, which I think of the 27th of July, that's a directive for us to fluoridate, are there different levels that we can actually put into the water?
I don't think so.
Oh, it's just because the letter says you need to fluoridate at optimal levels between 0 parts per million to 1 part per million. So is there a...
I think what the letter means, recognizing what Councillor Waru said earlier, there is natural fluoridation within our water supplies. But for the Ministry of Health scientific advice, it's the level that we would need to achieve is 0.7. And therefore, supplement the optimum, what is the additional ingredients or additional quantity of fluoride you need to put into the system to reach that optimal level of 0.7. Above that, it can become dangerous to the health, obviously. There is evidence behind that. But what the advisor give us is that 0.7 is a level that we should aim to achieve in combination with natural occurrence versus the additional occurrence, injection.
Okay, sorry, because I didn't read his letter like that. It was you are fluoridating at optimal levels between 0 to 1. So that was just why I was just seeking that clarification, because I wondered if...
0.7 is the optimal level.
Oh, 0.7.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Any further questions? Yes, Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The legal advice you've obtained, could you tell us who that was from, please?
Sorry?
Who did you obtain your legal advice from?
Tompkins Way, Mark Hammond.
Tompkins Way, Mark Hammond. Thank you very much. That's all.
Thank you. I have a question, Stavros. It was around, following on from Councillor Kaifong's question, actually. You say that the recommended dosing range into the drinking water is 0.7 milligrams per litre. And we know that there is some already in the water and there'll be some in the soil. Can we guarantee what actual dose each person receives?
We can guarantee how much dose per litre of water there would be. Now, if someone wants to drink gallons of water, obviously we cannot guarantee that. If someone doesn't drink anything, doesn't drink anything. So, we cannot guarantee that, no.
Thank you. That's actually answered the question for me. And a second one is that in the Director General's letter to our CE on the 27th, he said that the Director General said that he was satisfied that community water fluoridation is a safe and effective public health measure. And then we asked the questions around the National Toxicology Program report. Do you think that did they actually address any of the items mentioned in the National Toxicology report of 2023?
Thank you, Chair Parker. I think very paraphrase the conversation with him yesterday. It was that they're fully aware of that toxicology report and many other reports in their language. They continue to monitor developments at the national and international level, And they know and they're fully aware that there's a need for an ongoing monitoring of scientific evidence arising from that. What they point out to us at this point in time, and I will qualify that by what I said at the beginning, I'm only conveying information for which I'm not a competent person to express an objective judgment into that, is that in New Zealand, 50% of water supplies are already been fluoridated for decades, for a number of years, and there's no evidence that fluoridation is causing any adverse effects. That's the only message I could convey to you. Thank you.
Thank you. And yes, Councillor Patterson.
Sorry, Madam Chair, thank you. Just a supplementary question. In that directive, was there anything banning citizens from putting water filters on their mains?
No. I think at the end of the day, individuals might make decisions, to suit themselves if they want to do so. And again, bearing in mind that, that individuals are entitled to their views, they can take whatever steps they want to do it in their own, in their own households.
Thank you.
Councillor Waru.
I just want to signal that I'm happy to move the recommendation.
Second.
We'll just check and see if there's any further questions first. I'll just have one final question. It's around the fact that that report that was released after the directive was made and that you allude to, you've had a conversation about. That report very clearly showed links between fluoride and the reduction in IQ of children. The letter from the Ministry on the 18th of July states that a range of legislation, including the the Hazardous Substances and Natural Organisms Act, should be considered when designing and implementing a fluoridation scheme. Did the Ministry make any suggestions about how council staff might apply the HSNO Act to our fluoridation program, considering that it could potentially have detrimental health effects?
Councillor Barker, thank you. I think, as I said earlier, I'll relate it back to what we call optimum levels of volume-based contaminant of fluorides. At the moment, the best information they give us is that up to 0.7 parts, it's a recommended dose. In designing the system, we need to give them background information about our current water, natural contents, the design system going into place. That's where they want to see the design, approve the design, and then, enter into a deed funding agreements for us to get $1.6 million. So the design process will be an interactive process between ourselves, our specialist advisors, specialist experts, and the Ministry of Health, to get to that level. So I imagine if there are any queries or further questions or exploration about the design details, that's what will come into the game.
Thank you very much. Yes, Councillor Kaifong.
Just one last question. It was just around the penalties, which I think was a fine of $200,000 plus ongoing levy charges at $10,000 per day, which says that the council is responsible for. But I understood at some point, is there legal personal liability for these on council laws? So just a question, I think maybe, not sure if you can answer that, Stavros, or the CE, around personal liability.
Advice I have Councillor Kaifong, or Deputy Mayor Kaifong, from our legal advice, is that there is no personal liability for the governance body of this, of this council. Our liabilities arise as an organisation for the administration of the system to put into place. Now, the personal liability with regards to the fines, you mean?
Yes, because I think there's, is there not some strict liability under Section 166N?
Would you like to answer that, Chief?
My understanding is that I think Stavros has already covered the fact that we have actually sought quite a lot of information around liability, both for the council and for the organisation on this. I think the key issue being that this is actually a health directive that is not within your control effectively to decline. Really the decision today is actually about going ahead with the infrastructure development around it. The liability, I think, that Stavros equally has referred to is the fact of not complying with the with the directive.
Does that answer the question? Thank you for your answers. Any further questions? So we've, Councillor Waru has signalled that he would like to move the motion, and the motion is that the committee notes that the Director of General Health Directive, that the committee note the Director General of Health's Directive of 27th of July 2022, that the committee note legal advice on liabilities and the Ministry of Health further advice on potential health risk effects. Number 4, that the committee note the capital and operational costs of implementing the directive for the central and eastern water supply zones. And 5, that the committee agrees and instructs the officers to commence with the implementation of the directive to fluoridate the water supplies of central and eastern zones in compliance with the directions given by the Ministry of Health. So that's moved by Councillor Waru and seconded by Councillor Wang. So now I'd just like to move into a round of discussion on that. Please, are there any comments? Oh, and would you like to open up with comments? You're close, thank you. You're close. So, yes, Councillor O'Brien.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to let you know, I'll be supporting the motion. I'm not particularly happy about it, but I'm pretty much a law and order sort of chap, and no matter whether I like the law, is another thing. However, the government has passed legislation. From everything I've read, the letter complies with the legislation. Personally, myself, I would like to have seen a referendum put at our next local government election for a local decision, but it is what it is. I don't see that the judicial review stops us from doing that. If it comes out that the law has changed, I'm sure there'd be advice from the Ministry and the Director of Health anyway. So unfortunately, I think we have to support this through, and I'll be voting in favour. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Brien. Any other comments? Councillor Patterson, then Councillor Lee.
Well, harking back to last week at the conference, the theme there was localism, getting back to us controlling our own destinies. And this is just another example of centralism. And I'm sorry, I will not support this. I looked after my own health as a child because at night I would have my fluoride tablet prescribed in a bottle that actually was the right consistency, dosage, etc., which I had, and I never had fillings until I left school, I was 17 years old. And that's when I started drinking alcohol. Gee whiz. We never had lollies in excessive amounts. Fizzy drinks were treats, not part of a staple diet. So yet again, the government is taking things out of our control, using a mallet or a hammer to correct a problem that can be done with simple personal responsibility and good parental, guidance. This is just not on.
Thank you for your thoughts. Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would, in due course, like to move some amendments to what we have put up there. But firstly, I'd like to say that I'm appalled, actually, by what I would call woefully deficient legal advice that has been presented to us.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Sorry, what was that?
Point of order.
Sorry, what's your point of order?
Based on 26.2D. I believe that attack, the advice given is the advice given. If Councillor Lee has a problem with it, I'm sorry, if it's the advice given, are we just going to keep going to different lawyers till we get one that he likes? Thank you.
Is Councillor Lee not entitled to an opinion about the legal advice?
Is there a point that you want to make further to that?
Yes, there is. The reason it's woefully deficient is there are avenues available to us, proper legal avenues for challenging the decision. And that includes getting an injunction against the order of the Director General pending the outcome of the judicial review. And I would have thought any competent lawyer would have brought that to our attention. But anyway, somebody forgot to send a memo to this Labor government that this is a democracy. And as Councillor Patterson rightly said, these are decisions that ought to be made locally. As may be obvious, I went to the hairdresser earlier this week, and my hairdresser, I mentioned to her that fluoride was coming up on the agenda, and she said putting fluoride in the water would be a breach of Section 11, well, she didn't say she didn't refer to it, she said it would be a breach of our right to refuse medication. I was astonished because I spent the weekend reading New Health New Zealand versus South Taranaki District Council 2018, and 5 judges of the Supreme Court agonised over that very question. And 4 judges out of 5 said yes, that would be a breach of Section 11 of the New Zealand Bill of Rights Act. We all should have a right to refuse medication. And yes, I can confirm that the Supreme Court has stated, a majority of them, that putting fluoride in water is medication. So these are issues that are currently being brought to the attention of the court via a judicial review. This decision came out in 2018. Since then, the Labor government made some amendments to the Health Act, which is why we're here today, undemocratic amendments to the Health Act that seek to avoid public accountability. Decisions being made by people who are not democratically accountable, Mr. Bloomfield, is not how this country ought to operate. So my suggestions going forward is that we write politely to the Director General of Health and request that his order, his direction, be suspended until such time as the judicial review proceedings are resolved. I also would like to see an amendment that we put this out for public consultation, and this is why it's not meaningless. In a democracy, the public are entitled to have their say, to be heard. And we are right now entering an election period, and this gives the people of Rotorua an opportunity, a platform to have their say and to get the attention of the political parties in Wellington who could potentially, maybe a smaller party, maybe more than one party, who could potentially change this draconian, undemocratic legislation that is foisting this upon us in the worst of ways. So if you caught that, Madam Chair, there's a couple of amendments in there that I've signalled.
Thank you, Councillor Lee. Was there any further comments? Councillor Maxwell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For me, this is the 3rd time that I've actually addressed this fluoride issue over a period of time, and each time I've voted for it not to be introduced in our water supply, and said each time that it should be a decision made by the Ministry of Health and the government. So I better follow through on my past pledges and leave it to the Ministry of Health and the government to decide what goes into our water supply. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Councillor Maxwell. Thank you. Is there any other further comments? Councillor Kiriopa.
Kia ora, thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to highlight the fact that the pollution of our wai, our traditional water supplies, is a direct result of the mismanagement of our waterways by successive local and regional councils, stripped our whānau and hapu of our water security and sovereignty by forcing our communities to have to rely on the city's water supply. Our karaua Koro Bom Gillies, who's our last remaining Māori battalion soldier, was a teenager and remembers the day when the mayor at the time came into Ohinumutu and hammered a sign into the banks of the Utuhina stream, informing the village that our water was no longer safe to drink and the council would be installing 2 water taps on either side of the pā for our families to access water rather than collecting it straight from our tupuna awa. Fast forward about 80 years and now central government has decided to demand the medication of this water supply that's been enforced upon us. And just to be clear, this decision further breaches our Indigenous rights to mana motuhake or self-determination as mana whenua or First Nations peoples recognised within Te Tiriti o Waitangi to make our own decisions for our whānau and hapu, particularly in relation to our own body sovereignty, our cultural values, our health and well-being. I'd like to add that my own personal experience working within the health sector made it clear to me that central government and the national health sector is well aware that the best thing that could be done to support the dental health of our whānau, as well as address the obesity and diabetes epidemics plaguing our hapu and iwi, would be to put a tax on sugar. Rather than medicate our water at a financial and health cost to our local taxpayer, if central government wants to insist on focusing on securing ambulances at the bottom of the cliff, it would make more sense, as someone's already mentioned, to fluoridate sugary drinks at a cost to the multinational companies most to blame for the horrendous state of our children's health. And if central government is serious about addressing the dental health of our tamariki and mokopuna, they would focus resourcing to address poverty, which is undoubtedly the main cause of health inequalities within our Polynesian communities, as well as food systems driven by corporate profit and greed rather than nutrition or public health and well-being. So as a mokopuna of Rangi and Papa, with whakapapa to Te Arawa leaders who have long challenged unjust laws imposed by our treaty partner in direct breach of our treaty rights, I will not be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kiriopo. Any other comments from the floor? Councillor Lee?
Just a quickie, please. There is a distinction to be drawn between this council point blank refusing to implement a directive and requesting that we hold fire on that pending the outcome of a judicial review. That to wait for the courts to determine whether or not this directive is lawful is a perfectly legitimate, prudent, sensible course of action that would not give rise to any risk. And I'd like to think that the Director General of Health might be able to voluntarily see the sense in that without us having to consider go down the road of an injunction or something like that.
Thank you, Councillor Lee. The CE would like to make a comment. Okay, can you just give us a minute? We'll just want to have a quick chat. Thank you. Thank you, councillors. It was just, we were just clarifying actually something that Councillor Kaifong had asked about earlier and of various other matters. So I'll let Jeff just brief you on that as well.
Yes, councillors, firstly, my apologies. I think I missed the question that the Deputy Mayor was actually getting to. Under the Act, there is a very small piece of the legislation which basically states if the council knowingly act unlawfully and on the basis of that incur a significant cost, then the Director General may seek to actually recover that cost directly from elected members. I think it would be really amiss of me not to make you aware that that is a substantial issue, or could be a substantial issue in this particular case. Now, in qualifying that, could I also just make a through the chair, a suggestion as to how to cover some of these eventualities with regard to proceeding. The prudent way forward would be to actually provide the directive to staff to continue the design work and the work needed to be compliant on time, but at the same time to undertake any other actions that you may see fit to assure yourselves as to the safety, legality, and also the outcomes of any other action that has actually been taken with respect to fluoridation.
Thank you, Jeff. Was there any other commentary around the table? Councillor O'Brien, then Councillor Pearson. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your indulgence. Could I just say, look, this is a very hard topic when you don't have expertise or any knowledge really of, and I believe looking around the table, you're the only person I think with any medical background to make decisions on. You have one report that says something, you're able to find an anti-fluoride that says counters this. It's a very hard process on which expert do you believe. Now, unfortunately, we've come to the point, I think we're sort of confusing the situation. As I understand, this is around setting up the infrastructure to follow through with a government legislated bill that has passed through Parliament. Now, the fluoride will not be introduced until next year, I believe, April, somewhere around that place. So if a judicial process finds different, if an incoming government changes, we still have time to process this. I'm concerned what sort of message are we sending where we pick and choose which laws we like, so we'll follow, and which ones we don't like, so we don't follow. I understand, unless I'm mistaken, this is about the infrastructure and giving our officers permission to move forward in the design work and implementation of that infrastructure. Again, I hold a lot of concerns that Councillor Lee and Councillor Patton have put forward. I reiterate, would prefer a referendum on this before it was added. However, the government has made a law. I'm very concerned that we would be sending a very bad signal to people. Again, a law and order person myself, so I'll still be supporting the motion, even though I'm not personally in favour. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Brien.
Point of order.
What's your point of order?
Same point of order as before. Incorrect information. Councillor O'Brien, this is not the authority for this fluoridation of our water is not a statute. The statute delegates to the Director General of Health the responsibility to make a determination. So we're not challenging a lawful law. What we're challenging is the directive of the Director General of Health. And we're talking about people are challenging this through the lawful means of a judicial review because the courts have supervision over the Director General of Health. The courts don't have supervision over Parliament.
Thank you, Councillor Lee. Councillor Peterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to tautoko Lani's Councillor Kiriopa's comments. I don't hear any consultation with mana whenua at all being involved in this process. And as far as where I lived, and it's still a special part of my life, is the puna of Tanewha Springs. How anyone could think of putting anything into that, just as an anathema to me. My sister-in-law used to come over from Tauranga with her empty water bottles to fill up our tap water to take home to drink, because theirs is atrocious. That's something we've got to be proud of and protect here in Rotorua. The quality of our water is world class. But as far as Councillor Lee's argument, I actually agree. If we sent a letter just to say, hey, tai hoa, until we get this determination about whether the Bill of Rights have been breached, about mass dosing of the people, then I would support that.
Thank you, Councillor Peterson. I'd just like to make a couple of comments, and I make these from a position where I have done a bit of research around fluoride based on my medical background, and the review that has been referred to throughout this afternoon's proceedings is actually a systemic review of tens of thousands of pieces of research. It is actually the 8th edition of a monologue of reviewed science, and it has picked apart the science to the nth degree, and it has picked out only the studies that are robust and non-biased and able to be proven and reproduced. So the quality of this study that we're referring to is quite significant, and the wording that in this particular version, which was released early in March, is particularly strong around the fact that there is noticeable links between the levels of fluoride and the IQ of children. Now, considering that, and I understand that there is a directive in place and that we need to give our staff direction on this, we also need to, as decision makers, be really clear that we are making decisions that are safe and appropriate for our community. Now, if we have any doubt that this substance is indeed safe, and the Ministry has not really answered those questions that were asked of them, then I think we need time to actually make sure that those questions are investigated further. Obviously, there's a judicial review on the go as well. Oh, that's a fine. I'd just like to say that the process itself, because this ultimately will lead to the fluoridation of our water, so we're directing our staff to go ahead and, put together the plan and the tender and that kind of thing. It will lead to the fluoridation of our water, and we are spending money to do so. We cannot guarantee the dose that each person receives. We do not know the medical status of each person that is receiving that water. We do not know how the volumes of water that each person consumes. A person who is diabetic, who is an athlete, who is bottle-fed babies drink their own body weight in water every day. They will be getting more fluoride per kilogram of their body weight than adults should be getting. So people need to be aware of these issues if we're planning to put this out in the public arena. We also don't know the medical status of a person, if they have poor kidney function or thyroid problems, or they're nutritionally unbalanced, which, a lot of the lower socioeconomic people are, and anybody in the community could be. This will also have affect their ability to eliminate this substance from their bodies, so it will accumulate, and it accumulates in soft tissues and bones. And those soft tissues are brains, kidneys, and also bones. And this is where you see the fluorosis of bones, and this has been proven too. So what I'm trying to get across here is that I have concerns about the safety of this substance in the way that is delivered in a bulk matter through a water supply, when the best approach to delivering fluoride where it's needed is into the oral cavity and dental treatments or dental toothpaste. There are good studies, including one that was done in Northland in New Zealand around a toothbrushing program in schools. There is a Child Smile program in Scotland, which also has been going for over a decade and has shown great improvements. Scotland. Yeah, so, there are great alternatives to the bulk dosing of water supplies with fluoride. So I'm not anti-fluoride. I am just averse to a situation where we don't know all of the impacts, and there is new research that does demonstrate some concerns, and I would just like to take a pause and get more information around that and get some definitive response from the Ministry about this new report. So I would actually like to move an amendment to this motion. I would say that we change my proposal would be to change number 5, probably something along the lines that you would go ahead with instructing the officers to commence the implementation, but I would like to ask that, or direct the officers to maybe find out more information from the Ministry of Health or further legal advice on the judicial review. The wording probably is not right, but if anyone has any... Yes, Councillor O'Brien.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and taking on the points by yourself, Councillor Lee and Councillor Patterson, could I ask, would you be prepared to let the main motion go ahead as you've indicated, but perhaps that we don't add fluoridisation to the actual water until perhaps a full council meeting, say March next year or February, depending if officers feel that that would be a practical.
I would actually seek advice from Stavros on that particular option. Or Jeff.
Well, I think the notion about the expectations from the directive is that we need to be ready to administer fluoridation to the water supplies by the end of April next year. Obviously, there are enabling systems need to be in place, like design, installation, procurement, all these bits and pieces we need to do. The actual fluoridation will start after the point where all the systems are into place. I note, and I don't have any particular sort of strong views about sediments expressed here. I wait for the judicial review or more information and so on. I think the key thing for you to note is that we do need to demonstrate practical progress towards giving effect to the directive. It is from a lawful perspective, we need to demonstrate good faith that we work in that direction. If between now and then other additional information comes into light that justifies deviation from the directive, then we can have another look at it around March. But that's all I can say at this point in time. We will need all this time to do design, consult about the design, get technical advice, consult with the Ministry of Health to make sure the design is appropriate, procurement, buy the equipment, put it into place. So we would not be ready until March anyway to go for that. But if additional information comes to light, then we should be able to do that.
Thank you. Did you want to say something, Jeff? So what we've got happening at the moment is that we've got Councillor Waru and Councillor Wang who have moved the original motion, and what I've suggested is an amendment number 6, which asks that the committee direct staff to seek further advice. The wording is eluding me now, but Isabel's typing it up there as we speak. So what this means is that we'll have to deal with this amendment and put it to the vote or not. Unless, and Councillor Kaifong.
Question of clarification. So we're noting the Director General's Health Directive is of the 27th of July. That's on page 39 of the agenda. It's actually got a mistake in it. So can we ask the Director General to clarify what his directive is, because it's .?ppms. So if we can't, so we could actually ask for further time for the Director General of Health to confirm his directive and ask for an extension of time to require the fluoridation, which would then give us that opportunity. I'm just wondering if that's another way of giving you that time to address the concerns.
Councillor Lee.
Madam Chair, perhaps we could I would like to move a procedural motion on point 5, that we leave that item on the table, and a motion which directs staff to write to the Director General of Health requesting that his directive be suspended pending the outcome of the judicial reviews.
Yeah.
The point being, if the Director General of Health is agreeable to our request, then that would take the heat off Stavros with the implementation, and it wouldn't be a long period of time required for him to reply to our request.
Through you, Madam Chair, can I just add a comment, please? This is going on a bit, but just wanting to note that I'm pretty sure if the outcome of the hearing or the judicial outcome comes, I'm pretty sure we would be advised if it was against anything that we're going to be going through now. I can't see the sense in waiting around for that. However, I do take on all the points that have been said, and I agree. We should be allowed to have our tino rangatiratanga over what we eat and drink and everything else. However, just thinking it from a very practical sense, in terms of Stavros's role in this and what he's charged with doing, and he's charged with implementing things in there to keep us compliant with the law. And also, I just want to make a point around liability. That's a very, very real thing, my fellow councillors. I, for one, will not support being liable personally for these things. So I think all the points taken on board, I agree with your amendment that you want to put in. He pai tēnā, more information is always better. But I'm just saying that we still need to give Stavros and his team time to design, put things in place, make sure they get sign off from the ministry again. By then, things might have changed. Then we can adapt, and we would have the case to put forward to say, actually, we're going to relook at these what we agreed to today, and go back because now the game has changed. So I just want to put that out there, because I think we're talking about a whole lot of things that maybe we're getting a bit ahead of ourselves. That's koina noa. Kia ora.
Kia ora, thank you. So, Councillor Wang, if Councillor Waru is comfortable to have it as it is, how do you feel about that motion
I would
now?
like my name taken off as a seconder. I'm not comfortable with that.
I'd be happy to second as it is.
Okay, so we need to deal with it as an amendment, so I'm sorry we need to go through that process now. I've moved that amendment. Do I have a seconder? Oh, and you will second mine, thank you. So we're dealing with point 6, that the committee directs staff to seek further information from the Ministry of Health to address the concerns raised by councillors as to the safety and or legality of the directive. All those in favour, please
Madam
say
Chair,
no.
are we dealing with this one point at a time?
No, we're just dealing with the amendment, which is number 6, because, that was in place before. Copy 6. Well, copy.
So is my amendment coming next?
I think we'll deal with this
Deal
first.
with one at a time?
Yeah.
Okay.
We just need to deal with what's on the table. Yes, Matt Tapsell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, I just want to support the addition of that. I don't think it does any harm. In fact, I think that as decision makers and also on behalf of our community, they will feel reassured that we have, sought further reassurance. And I want to note that council staff have already written to the Ministry of Health requesting further information. The concern is that the information that the letter that we received back actually did not address those certain points of concern. So just as staff had mentioned in the first letter, and I'll quote, "Our request is aimed at seeking reassurance and comfort for our community about the potential safety of additional fluoride in our drinking water," unquote. And I think it's very prudent for us to do so. It causes no harm to ask, but actually I think it would give us reassurance and our community reassurance as we move forward. Also, without wanting to disrupt the process and the research and undertakings that the staff need to do to prepare and show that we are working towards the directive anyway. So you get the best of both worlds as it is mentioned up there, and I'm happy to support that.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Yeah.
Yes, Councillor O'Brien.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So could I confirm, so as the motion stands now, we still, Mr Stavros and his team can still move forward and design and implement? So as 6 reads, if nothing, say we didn't get a response, or we just got thank you for your concerns, how would that actually alter where we're at with today? Thank you.
So repeat the question.
Thank you. I'm just wondering, so with point 6 that we're discussing now, should we just get a letter that said thank you for your concern and it's noted? What impact does that actually have as far as the other points go? I just want to be clear again, I'm not really, I don't have a dog in this, but I'm just sort of wondering, is even 0.6 worth having it there? Because if we're still considering, and the fluoride still won't be added until April, we're only talking about designing the infrastructure and the implementation. It almost seems like we're trying to mix a referendum on fluoride itself with the actual report. Thank you.
I hear what you're saying. But I also think, as Mayor Tapsell said, is that we're sending a message to our community that we're taking the time and trouble to actually get the answers that we didn't get the first time around the information we asked for. And if we need, as decision makers, to be comfortable that if we're going to go forward, and we will, you know, if we get a letter back, no matter what it says, we'll have to be compliant with the law. So this is a step that assures ourselves and the community that we're doing our best as decision makers. Councillor Lee.
Madam Chair, the logic of that amendment is lost on me. Asking the Director General of Health whether what he's doing is legal or not is a bit like asking, it's the fox in the hen house kind of problem. Of course they're going to write back and say what they're doing is legal. Sorry, I can't see a 0.6 at the moment. Thank you. So the legality of the directive is we know how they're going to answer that one. As to the safety, I'm aware, I understand, Madam Chair, that you yourself sought further information from the Ministry of Health and they declined to provide it. Well, if a Director of Health has made a decision and doesn't take into account all the relevant research, then that in itself is a ground for judicial review. I, as I've previously signalled, would like a motion that asks the Director General to relieve us of our duties and responsibilities, Councillor Waru, as to the timetable implementation, and if he's willing to do so, then we're on safe ground.
I hear what you're saying, and I understand where you're going with that, but we just need to deal with this first. Yeah. Councillor Patterson. Thank
you, Madam Chair. Just one way you could perhaps approach it differently that still gives Stavros and his team the authority to go ahead and commence all of the work would be something like, for the committee agrees and instructs officers to commence the design of the fluoridation system for the central and eastern zones and implement the directive to fluoridate the water supplies pending the outcome of the judicial review and updated scientific evidence. So that it gives us the out that we're doing what we're told, and then once we know the outcome of the judicial review, then we can say, hey, the courts have told us, we've gone through everything, we haven't done it, the Supreme Court's done it, so
Thank
we're
you,
absolved.
Councillor Patterson. I understand where you're going
Through
with that
you,
one
Madam
too.
Chair, can I just make a comment to that? There's no timetable for an outcome.
Yeah, actually I was just going to say...
the courts will do what they do.
Yeah, we need to just deal with this amendment first. If it's held, it will hold. If it won't, it won't, and we'll take it from there. Did you have something else to offer?
Yeah, Madam Chair, sort of feel a little bit ambiguous about the advice I gave you earlier. The 30th of April is a hard deadline. I listened to some elected members saying, asking MOH to extend that deadline is like asking me to do the same thing I've been doing for the last 3 months. And I got the same answer. It's a hard deadline. So I cannot, in all professional honesty, tell you here that well, if I write another letter or make another phone call, that deadline will be shifted around. Second thing I want to make advice is that no matter what scientific evidence or evidence he puts in front of you, question you need to consider is that who is the most competent party to make judgment on the range of evidence in front of you. And I think it's quite important, and I admit I'm not an expert in that respect, but if the chief science advisor of the government and the Ministry of Health have formed a view, who is going to challenge it? That's what I'm asking you to, because you're giving us instructions to do certain things, and I need to be comfortable as an employee that I'm able to deliver those instructions. I can ask a question, but if I don't get the answer that you wish to hear, the question is that, am I doing the professional thing in your eyes? That's what I'm saying. Thank you.
Thank you for your advice, Stavros. I appreciate that. All right, so considering that the comments that have just been made and Stavros's advice, I'll put the amendment, because that's the process, that the committee directs staff to seek further information from the Ministry of Health to address the concerns raised by councillors as to the safety and or legality of the directive. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? No. So that was carried. Thank you. So that...
Could that be recorded, please?
Yes, so Councillor Wang would like his vote recorded. Thank you. And Councillor Maxwell. So just to be clear, and Councillor Lee. So now we need to just go back to this original motion.
Through you, Madam Chair, we've had a good discussion around that already. Yep. Do we really need to rehash it, or...?
No, it's up to you now, as the mover, to whether you want any further comments.
Point of order. I have suggested that I would like to make an amendment.
What is your amendment, Councillor Lee?
That council staff write to the Director General.
Point of order, Madam Chair. I thought it was once you've spoken to a thing, you can't go back and make an amendment. Is that true?
Yes, the standing orders have been...
Thank you. Then I suggest we move on.
We suspended the standing orders at the beginning of the meeting, so we are operating on the option C. But I just want to take a pause for a minute anyway. So, just going forward process-wise, you moved a procedural motion you said you were wanting to do, was that correct, or was it?
I can still do the procedural motion. At this point, I'm focusing on the amendment with respect to writing to the Director General of Health, requesting that he stay his direction pending the outcome of the judicial review. So that would protect all of our interests as elected members as council, if he were agreeable to that.
Sorry, Councillor Lee, I think that probably actually contradicts what we're actually trying to do here. Yeah, no, I think he's talking about an amendment though, aren't you? An amendment to this.
Yes, separate well, it would go together with a procedural motion to let item 5 rest on the table pending the result of the reply from the Director General.
So are we dealing with a procedural motion?
If you wish, both together really.
No.
The procedural motion,
yeah.
One or the other, Madam Chair.
One or the other.
I'd like to do the normal motion first and then move to the procedural motion.
So the amendment was... Oh, can you tell us what your procedural motion is, please?
That the committee directs staff to write to the Director General of Health.
As a procedural motion, you actually need to...
No, this is the other motion.
No, we're talking about a procedural motion that you were wanting to make.
I'm not wanting to make the procedural motion at this point.
Thank you, Councillor Lee. I'll just seek advice from Una.
Through you, Madam Chair, I think that's the clarification we needed in order to move forward. The Chair has been asking you, we had to go back to your signalling a little while ago that you wished to raise a procedural motion. Just remind everybody, a procedural motion, there's only two options. You're looking to either close the debate, which means effectively at this stage putting what you've got up there as your substantive motion to the vote, or you are asking for a procedural motion to adjourn the meeting. So just for clarification, Councillor, are you now saying you don't wish to undertake the procedural motion at this point? You are looking to seek another amendment to what is currently up there as the substantive motion?
The procedural motion that I was aiming for was specific to number 5.
No, I think that it's pretty clear in the standing orders that a procedural motion says that you can only move to close or adjourn. So is that what the intent was?
No.
So
So there remains then a normal amendment that I'd like to make, and that is, sorry, could that be moved down so I could see 6? There we go.
Councillor needs to
You
see
could add it to that sentence that's up there in 6, actually, and request that his direction be suspended pending the outcome of the judicial review.
do we have a seconder for that? Councillor Kiriopa? So
Sorry, we're suspending the Director General of Health's decision. And what clause are we using to tell him we're suspending his decision? Okay. Sorry, I'm new to the law school, but...
I can assist Councillor O'Brien with that one.
Just briefly, please, because we've gone over this quite a few times. I think the councillors get your direction. We just need to know whether they have an appetite for this or not, or whether we revert back to the previous number 6.
Councillor O'Brien's raised an issue that deserves a response, yes. and he's not cognisant that we can write to the Prime Minister or the Director General of Health or whoever we like and make a request in good faith, and the Director General could accept that a pending judicial review is a legitimate reason to suspend the order. In the event that the Director General of Health replies to us and says, no, we don't accept that as a legitimate reason, it would be open to the council to bring an injunction against the Director General of Health, and there's a reasonable chance that the court would be sympathetic, I would say.
Thank you. So that's been moved by Councillor Lee, seconded by Councillor Kiriopa. The addition that we are now looking at is that we request that his directive be suspended pending the judicial review. I will now... Is there any other comments? Have we...
Madam Chair, if I could make just a quick comment that to help Councillor O'Brien, the Director General of Health has discretion, and he's exercised his discretion in choosing 14 councils to have their water fluoridated. So it is open to the Director General of Health to use his discretion in response to our request from a legal perspective.
Councillor Lee. Thank you for that clarification. I will now just put this amendment to the vote if there's no other comments. Was there anything you want to say, Councillor Kiriopa? So, sorry, what's that code, Councillor? Oh, yeah. Of Health, Director General. So the amended motion for number 6 would be that the committee directs staff to seek further information from the Ministry of Health to address the concerns raised by councillors as to the safety and or legality of the directive, and request that the Director General of Health suspend his directive pending judicial review. I'll now put the motion. Yes. Director of. My eyes are running ahead. Thank you.
Suspend that directive would be gender neutral.
Thank you. We're just getting the wording correct up on the screen so that we have the motion correct, the amendment correct. Request
Sorry,
that the
suspend
Director General
that directive, not her directive.
of Health suspend her directive pending the judicial review.
That directive.
The directive, yes, put the
Not her.
directive.
It's a. I'm advised it's a female Director General of Health, and it was Ashley Bloomfield who originally wrote the directive.
It was, yeah. Does that satisfy the mover? Thank you. I'll now put that motion to the vote. All those in favour, please raise your hands. All those against? So that is not carried. We will revert back to the original motion once we... Do you want the...
Yes, Madam Chair, the next amendment would be to put this out for public consultation to give the public an opportunity to be heard on this, as is required under the provisions of the Local Government Act.
I think that the advice
sorry,
from our...
through you, Madam Chair, that, you know, those amendments should have been put up right at the get-go.
Thank you, Councillor Warry. And the advice from our officers is that we don't actually have the time for that either. I would like to now, where are we at? We're going to, we'll take items
Madam
2 to
Chair,
6.
Madam Chair, I believe I moved a motion, so that would have to be, we'd have to see if there was a seconder, surely, wouldn't we?
What was your motion?
That the fluoridation of Rotorua water supplies be put out for public consultation to give the public an opportunity to be heard, is required in a free and democratic society.
Do we have a seconder for that? There's no seconder, so that motion does not pass, is fail, sorry. So we'll go back to the items 2 to 6. Was there any further comments from our mover? No,
I believe I was the original mover.
Yeah, the original mover, yeah. Where were we at? Sorry. Do you feel like that we've had enough debate on this? Because I would like to put the motion. So I'll put the motion. Now that the committee note the Director of General Health Directive, that the committee note legal advice and liabilities of the Ministry of Health, further advice on potential health risk effects, that the committee note the capital and operational costs of implementing the directive for the central and eastern water supplies. Number 5, the committee agrees and instructs officers to commence the implementation of the directive to fluoridate the water supplies of central and eastern zones in compliance with directions given by the Ministry of Health. And number 6, that the committee directs staff to seek further information from the Ministry of Health to address the concerns raised by councillors as to the safety and or legality of the directive. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Yes, and Councillor Patterson would like his vote recorded, and so would Councillor Kiriopa and Councillor Lee.
And Madam Chair, just signalling that I am, although I voted for, I am against number 6.
Thank you, Councillor Ming. That shall be recorded. Thank you, everybody. After that, we probably need another cup of tea and a lie down. But we were going to move on to 6.3, the Community Wellbeing Active and Engaged Progress Report.
Thank you, Stavros.
Thank you very much, Stavros. I'd like to ask for a mover and a seconder to receive the report, that the Community Wellbeing Active and Engaged Communities Progress Report be received. Councillor Brown, Councillor Waru, all those in favour, please say aye. Carried. Against? Carried. Thank you, Anaru, would you like to give us your report? Thank you.
Yeah, tēnā tātou. If we can take the progress report as read. There are 3 items of interest that we'd like to highlight, one being playground renewals. In particular, I want to give you more details about what that actually means, including the assessments that take place and the community engagement. The second thing we'd like to talk to you about is open space maintenance audits. And the last thing is an update in regards to the walkway between Phillips and Malfoy Road that was raised by Sandra Bristow. Thank you.
Tēnā koutou, through you, Madam Chair. Just as Unru's highlighted, there's about five or six areas in the report. Just the ones that we thought it is worth understanding a little more. The playground renewals, we have 78 playgrounds across the Rotorua district, and we have a level of service that is based around the proximity of communities to those playgrounds. When we go through a renewal process, certainly historically it was probably slide for slide, upgrade of swing for swing and throw in a seesaw instead of something else. Now, with the way that play has evolved and communities have changed in their opportunities to become active, we go through a much more comprehensive engagement process with our communities to make sure that we set up play areas to provide the best outcomes that we can. And this varies from neighbourhood to neighbourhood. A very good example that we're working on at the moment is Karinga Park in Kotu. That's a very loved and well utilised playground by the community in that area of Rotorua. It's got open field spaces, it's got a skate park, a basketball court, it's got an incredibly old playground that is on the opposite side of the park to where just about everything else is, and it's got a toilet block about 200 plus metres away from where everybody plays. In the process of going through that renewal, we have clearly identified with the community there's more to just a playground replacement. It's actually a playground resiting. It's more fruit trees, it's seats and shade, it's a re-sited toilet block, it's a set of goals on the playing field and areas like that. And so this is a process that we're working through. We will have done for this summer. It's going to include sculptural elements in so Māori Arts and Crafts Institute at Te Puia are doing some work there for the local community, so that it will be a bespoke playground that will have a significant amount of community buy-in, and that way we get ownership of it and we get protection of it and we get a very high level of use of it. So these processes do take a bit longer than they used to, so it's quite important that Council understands that this is something in terms of community well-being and the outcomes that we can get for connection, more activity, connection to place and connection within whānau and across whānau groups. It's a way that we're working now, and we'll be rolling through a series of renewals and also identifying in the long-term plan process what else is coming up. The other one that I wanted to briefly talk about, earlier in the year we have been talking about open space maintenance and the levels of service that we were getting in our open space. We have a program where we go out to site with a auditing system that looks at a raft of open space features: mowing, gardens, trees, toilets, structures, cleanliness, graffiti, standards. Are they being kept to standard? Are they safe? Or no hazards, playgrounds, a whole raft of things that are audited. In the more recent audits that we've been doing, we've picked up a discernible improvement in maintenance to standards, maintenance to the specifications. Certainly we're getting over a sort of a 90% meeting specifications through the last month, compared to probably in the high 60s to low 70s that we were getting in March. So there is a regular process for how this works, and just for the council to be aware, and we're certainly seeing it through the responses that we're getting from the public, that there has been a lift in the maintenance standards across our open spaces in the last few months. So happy to take any questions on either of those, or, oh sorry, yes, the other one, my apologies, the walkway between Malfoy and Phillip Street, sorry, yes. So the submission came through at the previous meeting about concerns about that walkway. That walkway we had Infracore go through there, I think it was on the Friday after the Wednesday meeting, and the vegetation was cleared to make sure that we could actually see what was going on in there, and all the glass was removed. There was an interesting feature in that walkway with two fences, a punga fence and another iron fence that were only approximately 40 centimetres apart, and that void space in the middle had been used as a bit of a dumping ground. We're not sure whether it was from the walkway or from the property, but there was a lot of debris and rubbish in there. That has now been all cleared out. The old punga fence has been completely removed, and the walkway and all the rubbish removed, all the vegetation removed. So that's been completely cleared out now, and is certainly in a much better state than it was. The street lights have been checked. There's a street light midway along that walkway that's been checked. Everything's been working. Now, it is a road-to-road walkway, so it is actually a legal road. So there is a process of road stopping should that if the intention is to close that walkway, it would have to go through a Local Government Act road stopping process, which is not something that is a simple decision. It does involve a significant amount of data collection on use as well as a consultation process. So at the moment, the quality of that walkway has been improved, but if the intention was to go further and consider closing it, there is a Local Government Act process to go through for that. So I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Rob, and thank you, Anaru. Is there any questions, Councillor Kiriapa and Councillor Maxwell?
Thank you very much through the chair, and thank you guys. I'm absolutely thrilled to hear that the introduction of fruit trees has happened within your work. Well done. I'm just wondering, what does proximity to communities actually mean in your decision making that you mentioned?
With our playgrounds, we have a standard that there should be a playground within 500-metre walking distance of 95% of the houses in the city. Where we have multiple playgrounds in a reasonably small area, if we are going through a renewal process, it may be that actually we remove a playground, or we do not renew a playground. We remove it because there is another one that is very close, or we know there is a new playground coming. So we have some areas out Pukehangi Way where we've got new playgrounds coming. We also have some out at Whanganui that are coming. So when we look at renewals, we will consider what else is in proximity so that people can get to them.
Thank you. May I have a subsequent question? Please, how can equity be factored into council processes in determining who gets what and when within Rotorua?
We have a process at the moment that our 78 playgrounds are conditioned assessed by a national assessor every 2 years, and so we have a process that identifies the poorest conditions playground, where the renewal needs to happen the most. We then overlay that with what are the demographics of the areas where those playgrounds are, what is the levels of use, because we know in certain neighbourhoods playgrounds get much higher levels of use because they are the only thing to do. And so we do actually have a bit of an equity lens when we put over that, because we might get a whole raft of playgrounds that score a 4 or a 5 on the condition factor, of the 78, but at any time in a particularly tough time we might have 10 odd playgrounds. We will then consider, okay, who of that needs those playgrounds the most, and so there is a scaling that goes on to that.
Thank you, that sounds great.
Thank you. Councillor Maxwell.
Thank you, and thanks Rob for having doing some improvements to that walkway between Phillip Street and Malfoy. After our meeting that time, I got the impression that it was closer to Malfrue School, so I spoke with the principal, Nicky Brell, and he said, no, it actually is closer to Rotorua Intermediate. But he had a staff member who did use that to get to his school, so he was going to have a talk with you, and he got back to me. I'm hoping that the improvements that you've done might help improve everything there, because it is convenient for some people to come from Phillip Street through. So a little bit of time, I think, if we can see how things go. I hate to see a walkway that's going to help people who've got no vehicles, no way of getting to schools and various things. So we'll see how it goes.
There was no question there, was there? No. No, that's okay. Councillor Walu and Councillor
Kia
Patterson.
ora, kia ora te tiamana. Kia ora Anaru, kia ora Rob, thank you for your report. Just a couple of quick questions. The trees, I think it was the city trees, they're more been, are those native trees?
If you're talking about the 18-odd thousand in the little highlight section, that's everything we've got. So no, not native trees. And well, sorry, that's not everything we've got. That's everything we've got so far. Yes, we probably in the order of 25,000. And I'm not talking about the redwoods as counting each. You know, that's a group of trees. But across our street and open space and rural neighbourhood sort of areas, we've got a wide range of both exotic and native trees that are considered to be council assets.
Okay, I just thought I'd ask, thank you. The other thing was around the lights. Great effort, by the way, of getting the lights done for the winter sports codes at Westbrook. What's the feedback been on that initiative from the clubs?
Very positive so far. We've got more clubs want to use them than we've got space under the lights to be used. So yeah, it obviously is driving towards the ability to have training areas for winter codes is significant, and we'll carry on working on that.
Yeah, thank you, Anaru and Rob, and the team, because I know that was a bit of work to coordinate all that. So I've had some good things, and I just wanted that the feedback was getting back to you. And lastly, very, very happy about the go-to playground. Do we have any timelines on that, when that will be finished?
We're just waiting on the design elements from Te Puia, and then we should be more able to set the timeline. But the intention is to do it hopefully before the summer, but we will probably run into the summer.
Thank you. I look forward to that, and also just want to tautoko Councillor Kiriopa's kōrero around the fruit trees and things like that. Great work, and the fairness around how playgrounds are renewed. Good to hear. Thank you.
Order. Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your report, gents. Just again, harking back to the LGNZ conference I went to last week, went to a Sport New Zealand presentation over a lunch, and the main focus of that was play. Not so much on sport, but play, particularly around our tamariki and what they get up to, and the scary statistics are showing that play is decreasing, not increasing, that our kids are spending more time on their screens than out playing, and largely not just because of what's on their screens, but because they've got nowhere to play. They have a play advocate now in Christchurch, which is funded by Sport New Zealand, and they said that's supposed to be happening throughout the country. Do we have one?
No, we don't have a Sport New Zealand funded play advocate. The first cohort were 5 of those that were spread across the country. We are talking with Sport New Zealand about the second cohort now, which is they've come to us. Rotorua has been strongly involved with Sport New Zealand's investigation on play. In fact, at Western Heights, part of the Sport New Zealand nationwide study which I think only included half a dozen areas, included Western Heights. So we have had a significant role with that. And you're right, the players become very, very important now for activating youth.
So the types of processes and plans and programs that they are following, even if we don't actually end up with a player advocate here, is that being shared with us to help you come up with your designs for, like that walkway, for example, that you're talking about? They showed us images of a walkway being used as a play area.
Yes, we are working with Sport New Zealand and through Sport Bay of Plenty in taking that national context of play and how we apply it to our play spaces.
Thank you.
Councillor O'Brien.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through the Chair, thank you, gentlemen, for your report. Could I just ask, I didn't see anything in regards to the lakefront, and that's been an ongoing issue. I just asked because I was down there just the other day and the bins were overflowing. Many people had been starting putting rubbish under the bin on the ground, and just some of the issues we've brought up before, the warping wood, the lights, some of the lights being out along the walkway at night time, maybe health and safety, I'm not sure. The amount of rubbish through in the pond, which is, is what I call that little bit on the park side of the boardwalk, and then just the rubbish down, particularly where, say, the Lakeland Queen used to, the pier down there. Are there any plans for us, we talk about that lakefront being our jewel in the crown, and the jewel's looking a little bit dusty at the moment, so I'd certainly hope that that's something we're paying attention to down the track. Thank you.
The lakefront, I'm not aware of, we haven't been made aware of bins overflowing in areas like that. I mean, Infracore are down there every day, and they have a role to play in terms of surface preparation, litter pickup and everything like that, as well as smart environment, from what I understand, are there at least every day. So if there is bins overflowing, we need to know about that, because it's something that would suggest either there's been some sort of event on or an incident that's caused a very high filling up of bins. And I know with our smart contract that they need to be responsive if the bins are full. With regard to other areas of litter in the embayment and along the lakefront, anything that ends up in the lake in a northerly ends up there. We have a program with Te Rotorua Lakes Trust to help keep the water clear, and that's on an as-needs process, and sometimes if there's a week of northerlies, we might not get in there on day one to tidy it up, because we know we've got a whole lot of northerlies coming back, but then once it's settled we can get in. Ultimately it comes down to managing litter in the city in general and in the suburbs, because the lake is at the bottom of the hill, and we need to do our best to not only manage it in the water but make sure the community is well informed that everything that ends up on the street potentially ends up in the water as well. So we do work on trying to keep it as clean as tidy as we can, but it's a big job.
Thank you. And just one other quick point. I noticed one of the swings has been missing for several weeks now, obviously been vandalised or broken. Just on that sort of thing, because it's not a good look to see parts left not being replaced. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Brien.
Completely accept that, and we're waiting on bearings for that swing. Unfortunately, it's some parts that are coming from overseas, so where it connects up at the top.
And Councillor Patterson, we hope to have an update for you next time in regards to the play advocate. There are discussions being had. We'll come back to you.
Bye. Thank you.
Any further questions or points of clarification? Well, thank you, gentlemen, for your report and for answering the questions. We appreciate it. Thank you very much. We'll now move on to item 6.3 on the agenda, on page 53 of the agenda. It's the Infrastructure and Environmental Solutions Progress Report. I'd like to move in a seconder to accept the report, please. Councillor O'Brien, Councillor Patterson. All those in favour, please say aye. Against?
Thank you, it's carried. And welcome back, Stavros.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I intended, consistent with my earlier advice, that I want to take every one of these meetings to pay attention to a particular service. I had a presentation for the wastewater services. Now, I believe that this is, if not the most important, but one of the most important foundation services you provide. It's $500 million worth of assets in there, and it's got significant community health implications. Now, bearing in mind the time of the day, I would not like to rush through it, and with your tolerance or your advice and guidance, if you want to put it for some other time, that's fine. But I would not want to do a presentation under a time constraint which would not do due diligence to your responsibilities and my responsibilities in that respect there too. Therefore, I would propose, if it's okay with you, to address any questions you may have on my standard report and leave that presentation for a later time or some other time that will be convenient for elected members to address more effectively. Thank you.
Thank you, Stavros. That sounds like a fairly logical solution, and if it's okay with the rest of the councillors, we might just move to questions on the content of the report. Yes, please, Councillor.
It's only a question around maybe, is there anything, I understand that we might have the presentation in another week. It's up to the chair, I suppose, but I'm just saying, is there anything that you think is really important in there that we need to discuss right now? I know it's all important, but is there anything in particular?
All of it is. Not in the urgent matter, Councillor Ward. I think it can wait. As I said earlier, my intention here is that as you lead into the long-term planning, I believe it's quite important for you to have a more in-depth understanding of all these core services, so you'll be more informed, in your deliberations. So it's nothing of urgency at this point in time. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Councillor Waru, for clarifying. Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Stavros, for your very quick introduction. Now, just something I heard yesterday listening to News Talk ZB, quite a bit of the morning show was focused on food waste recycling, particularly Auckland, utilising the plant down in Rotorua, the eco-gas system, where they're trucking their food waste from Auckland via Pakuranga or Papakura, one of those, they have a plant there. Is that one of the plants that we are considering for taking our food waste?
Yes, sir. The intent of the procurement process, which we have agreed to initiate, is to ask the questions as to what's available for us, what are the complexities and implications for each one, and the report is one of the options here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions for Stavros? Yes, Councillor O'Brien.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Stavros. Could I just ask in regards, on our agenda, under emergency management, page 62, could I ask, has Council sought any legal advice in regards where final responsibility about where the any compensation for lake level reimbursements will be, or are we planning to seek it soon? Thank you. I'm not asking for details, by the way, just whether we've initiated that process. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Brien. Yes, for your information, I have done so. The reason I have done so is, as you understand, the Rotorua Lakes Strategy Group have directed officers to form a joint working party to assess the impacts and effects on lakes communities. And I thought it was prudent to get legal advice of the various statutes and responsibilities that each body's got to inform me in that, discussion. So when the time comes, obviously, we'll have this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further questions? Points of clarification? We'll save it for next time. And we're sorry we didn't have time to do justice to your report, but I think it's wise that we do actually take the time and listen to that later on. So thank you very much for putting it together. Cheers, Stavros. On that note, that brings us to the close of a very long day. And I think it's appropriate that we ask Councillor Patterson to close with a karakia, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I opened with Te Reo, I'll finish in English. Restrictions are moved aside so the pathway is clear. To return to everyday activities, allied, enriched, unified and blessed.
Kia ora. Thank you, Councillor Patterson, and I'll declare the meeting closed.